Good evening, everybody. I know I'm a little late for tonight, although I guess technically early for a Friday. I hope the evening finds you well. We're going to be back to Cyberpunk 2077 tonight as soon as I can find it in my launcher. For those of you who weren't here on Monday or Wednesday, we completed XCOM 2 War of the Chosen. What I had forgotten is that it is the 10th anniversary of XCOM 2 being released. I believe that was today, actually. So I didn't plan it this way, but it's actually kind of nice that well, okay, maybe there's two ways of thinking about it, which is number one, how embarrassing that I did not actually complete that game that I loved so much on playing it when it first came out, until 10 years after it came out. But what a wonderful way to celebrate that milestone, because I can definitely see myself doing more of it on my own time. And actually, the Apple Arcade version of Civilization 7 came out. Now, I didn't mind Civilization 7 when it came out. In fact, I would say I liked it. It's probably not yet my favorite of the series. And I can maybe understand why people didn't care for it, but I felt that the level of hate that it got was disproportionate to its faults. And I do think there were faults. I will confess the Apple Arcade version kind of left me feeling like I should just open up the PC version again. I mean, like, I have a dedicated PC. I can get the more fully featured version, which is, I have a very nice iPad. That's not the worry there. But, in the end, a dedicated PC with a dedicated graphics card is going to be a more performant version of Civilization. And I love that I have a mobile option, but, let's be real. It is wrong to compare the two. And it did actually, without delaying the start for Cyberpunk 2077 too much, it did actually get me thinking a little bit about my computing needs. So, the fact of the matter is that if my video card were to conk out right now, I would need to seriously think about what my, how I would maintain the stream. I at these current prices, and with my current buying habits, I'm not entirely convinced that I would want to put the money in for the kind of video card I would normally buy. But there is another way for me to think about this. So I like the tablet that I have enough that I don't think I would buy another laptop in the future. I can see myself spending the same amount to get a better desktop. But I think tablets have reached a point for me where, beyond the fact I can't necessarily do any programming on them, I'm happy with it. And, to be completely honest, it wouldn't take that much for me to be able to replace. If I could get some reliable terminal, or if I switched to more, cloud instances, I could definitely see, myself doing that. And to be fair, right, if you think of something like programming, that is possible in GitHub, and that's not even necessarily new. It's not the way I work because, I have arguably too many computers for someone. Like, I'm on my own, right? More than one computer is a waste. If I really sit down and think about the things that I need to do, like leaving aside gaming, right? If I think about what I actually need a computer to do, the Raspberry Pi 5 kind of covers me, right? Like, I can plug it into a monitor that I already have. I can browse, I can code, I can, now I'm, it's not going to be the most performant. I can write, right? That's the big one. And, I do sometimes wonder, in fact, I've been wondering more often, if I just didn't have a gaming computer, what are all the things I would do? And that's the wrong way of thinking about it, right? Because I would find other ways of distracting myself. But, I am also reflecting on the fact that I for the first time in my life, I actually have a video game console in my apartment. Well, a modern video game console would maybe be the better. I've had like a DS in the apartment and stuff like that. And I probably, if I could go back and do it again, I probably wouldn't buy it because I don't use it as much as I think would justify the expense. I like it, but, I think in the end, there's probably too many things that I can play games on relative to the amount of time that I want to be spending playing games. Chunky Man Gamer, 35 months. My God, man. Your continued support is greatly appreciated. Oh, Exile! I loved Exile. Are you dying early in Cultist Sim Exile out of curiosity? I have a couple of opinions on this. I have not directly asked... Okay, yeah, no, I definitely I definitely can help. Yeah. Okay. So I haven't directly asked the... I'm going to answer the Exile question, and then we'll properly hop into Cyberpunk, because I didn't want to filibuster at the start too much. But this gives me a chance to chat with Chunky Man Gamer. So I'm going to lay a little groundwork here, and then I'm going to try and give you some ideas about it. So one of the first things I will say, like, I really did feel like Exile was kind of Cultist Simulator 1.5. It's obviously, you're moving the cards around, but it gave me the feeling like when I first played Cultist Simulator of not really feeling like I had any certainty about what my next step was, or, just I had this huge canvas of things to mess around with. So one of my opinions about Cultist Simulator The Exile is that it is Weather Factory's unique way of addressing some of the grind complaints. And while I don't personally agree with the complaint, I am sympathetic to where people are at with that. So if you think about Cultist Simulator, and I promise you this will be related to the Exile. It's just a bit of a roundabout way of getting there. If you think about Cultist Simulator and sort of the canonical way of playing, if you don't get help, you will go through the game and, you're going to die a couple of times early on, but then you start sort of finding your feet. And then maybe you'll invest a lot of time into the run that you sort of feel like is going to be the run. And maybe you haven't had to deal with fascination or dread, or maybe you haven't had to deal with fascination and dread at the same time, and some of your old tricks don't work. And it's enough to push you over the edge, or any number of things that can lead you to die in that game. And you've invested all of that time. You were really sure that you were going to win, and instead you have to go back to the very beginning and do all of that stuff again. I completely understand why some people will say, you know what, this game is asking too much of me, right? I don't want to do all of that stuff. Yeah, so there is a system behind Exile, and I'll actually be honest with you, Chunky Man Gamer, it has been a while since I've done Exile, so I'm not entirely sure I have the full set of... I'm not entirely sure I have sort of the full set of the sorry, I don't know if I have like a full system in place for Exile. I'm also buying myself a little time for recollection. So the first thing I want to say, like, I think it is by design that you may be dying early a little bit more. Yeah. No, that's fine. And I was going to say, like, I don't actually think you're that kind of player, but one of the reasons why I wanted to ground the game this way is that if you think of Exile, like, I did ultimately die to the final fight with the foe at one point. So that doesn't actually That's not always guaranteed, but there was a while when I felt that once you hit a certain escape velocity for exile, it was virtually impossible to lose. Now, I am living proof that that is not true, but there's absolutely a point where you can feel quite secure. But I think one of the ways that this game, that the Exile addressed the grind thing, is that it is merciless at the start. And so, if you're going to fail, you're going to fail really fast on that one. But of course, the drawback is that, if you're trying to find your feet, then it's a bit of a challenge. So there's a handful of things that you can try and do in the Exile, right? Like, so the general premise, you've stolen these years. To a certain extent, you have two major goals for that one, which is one, deal with the foe, and two, convert the years into money. So if you just leave with the years, it's not actually that good of an ending. You do actually want to be able to convert that into something of value. And then more importantly, if you try and fight the foe, you will lose. What you eventually do is you can either try and run, or you can try and kill the foe, but you need to build yourself up for that. And the main idea here is that the Exile, as best as I can understand, is very much about managing. You kind of have like this balance of terror. So like, you have to take risky actions. If you stay still, something's going to come and get you. And the problem is that you don't have anything to show for your effort. Yeah, you definitely. So the years are a little tricky because they can also do things like heal you, and they can give you access to certain assets and so on and so forth. But essentially what you are looking to do is you're looking to take some calculated risks. So, you're absolutely right. Recon generates some traces. But the difficulty here is that if you don't do anything, you're screwed. If you're too aggressive, you're screwed. And what you kind of want to do is you want to, where you can, try and maximize the opportunities in front of you in a region. Sometimes you're going to get unlucky and you have to run. Sometimes you're going to have a good round, but essentially Exile is entirely about sort of making hay. And in some cases you can like get a weapon and like take out the people pursuing you. It's not a subtle way of dealing with things, but it is a viable way of dealing with the problems, at least until you start dealing with the real the real challenges. But in this case, I've been pretty I feel like I've been pretty generic in terms of the advice. So one thing I was actually going to say, so like the one general guideline I have for it is to consider like each individual city almost in like those roguelike terms, where you're buying that one little bit of advantage that will apply later on in your run, right? So that could be a weapon. That could be, additional strength. Sometimes it's an ally. There is the drawback where if you convert too much to cash too early, escape is actually quite difficult to do because it takes you a long time to move in. But the way you kind of want to think, like, I some of this actually also made sense to I hadn't seen the series Ozark, but apparently that was one of the things that Weather Factory were watching around the time that Exile came out. So once you understand that is like a show about money laundering, right? This idea that you need to convert the years into something valuable but because you didn't make a clean getaway, you also need to defend yourself. It's each city is just this opportunity. Like sometimes you're going to be able to do a counterfeiting operation, right? It's like, okay, I'm going to give up a year in order to be able to do this thing. Like I can get a warehouse or whatever. And in some cases it's like, okay, now I want to convert this thing back into cash. Let's try and sell it. Oh crap, something really big and scary is coming after me. I'm gonna have to lose that value, right? Like sometimes you have to be willing to drop things. But by and large, the way I've kind of tried to handle the exile is to have a general game plan for saying, like, what advantage am I getting from the city that I'm in? What's my escape plan, particularly once I have a few possessions that I'm going to use to try and, improve my state. And then sort of the final phase out of that is going to be, when do I feel like I'm in a position to try and make a sort of end game move? Generally, I have finished by engaging the foe directly, but there's absolutely cases, and I almost got there once, where I give them the slip without actually taking them out. But you do actually have multiple endings for the exile related to it. Now, I guess the question I have here, I'm actually happy to talk a bit more about it because I know I've kept this somewhat generic. Is there a specific that you want to, that you wanted to, you wanted me to kind of try and address? I think the big one I should say is you will always wind up with more traces than you can handle. Like you will never feel safe in it, and that is by design. And it's really more about what can you do. Actually, I don't know if you've ever played Risk of Rain. It's a bit like Risk of Rain, right? Where you kind of have this floor of difficulty that's coming up, and whether it succeeds in doing so or not, that sort of ticking clock is one of those things where you kind of want to start taking bold but not reckless action. And that's really easy for me to say, having got a couple of rounds under me. But it is actually one thing that I would say is a worthwhile framing. But again, like I realize a lot of this has kind of been a little bit more general, and I'm sure I can probably give some specifics if you want something a little more concrete to work with. On the other hand, I mean, as you said, you have done the apostle endings, so I'm also kind of giving this in the spirit of saying that I imagine you do enjoy figuring this stuff out, and your sense of pride and accomplishment at wrestling something even as difficult as the exile. So I don't want to deny you the chance either. But I realize that was, as the youths might say, a lot of yapping. I'm gonna hop into Cyberpunk, but please don't take that as me kind of declaring closure on the topic.
Hello. I'm Arasaka, and you're watching WNS News. New details have emerged on the attempted abduction of Hanako Arasaka at the Arasaka-sponsored Dashi Parade. Early accounts first reported that the assailants struck as the parade was in full swing. They overwhelmed and seized control of the Arasaka Heiress's parade platform. Fortunately, Arasaka's security forces, under the personal direction of Yorinobu Arasaka, quickly tracked down the abductors and secured Hanako-sama. Yorinobu-sama has since issued a public statement condemning the perpetrators' deplorable actions and promising swift retribution.
To those who raise a hand against the Arasaka family, I promise you, we will rip the hand off and pour salt in the bloody stump.
Well, looks like the gloves are coming off.
One thing I'll say, we haven't really fought Adam Smasher yet. All right, I guess we're meeting with the mysterious client at the No-Tell Motel. Last time we came here, it was an unexpected result. I always find it so funny to see myself drive this kind of distance in the game because I walk everywhere. I take more transit now because it's very cold, but I think this is ridiculously wasteful. What's the right? And sorry, just give me a second here. My mobile's in the way.
Started to think you wouldn't show.
Shouldn't have, to be honest.
Why not?
Normally only work with fixers. Clients that avoid him tend to be bad news.
I just care about my privacy.
Huh. And why's that, if I might ask?
This is why.
Holy shit, you're...
Yep, Lizzie Wizzy. None other.
Saw you at the Black Sapphire. Hell of a gig you put on.
Listen, I don't generally brag about visiting that place, so... Our little secret, okay? Anyway, enough of that. Grab a seat, please. Let's talk.
Okay, so what's this about?
I think you can guess. I'm in trouble.
Mm-hmm. And what kind?
Good question. Been a rough year. Creative block. Can't even say the last time I made anything worth listening to. And to make things worse, I fell in love.
I'm so sorry.
And why's that?
Sooner or later, love will only let you down.
Guess it'll be sooner.
So, we talking a man, a woman?
Oh shit, these hands. Sometimes seems like I just brush something and sparks fly. Anyway, a man. His name's Liam. Liam Northam. Been together a few months, but I think he's cheating on me.
Okay. Why the suspicion?
It's so cliched, it's embarrassing. Whispered phone calls in the bathroom, strange receipts, secret meetings in the middle of the night.
Any specific event come to mind?
My mind, that's a touchy subject.
Why?
Don't know each other well enough for that, V.
You talk to him at all? Tell him to his face?
You're adorable. Imagine this. We're never alone. Not really. Always surrounded by assistants, PR reps, makeup artists. I stop smiling at him for 1 millisecond, it'll be all over every scream sheet in this town.
Understood.
No, you don't understand. Not until you've lived it. Millions of eyes trained on you constantly. It can be beautiful and terrifying.
Liam Northam. Nah, don't know him. Tell me about him.
40-ish, sensitive, guy who never wanted for anything. You know the type.
Heard they exist. How'd you meet?
He's my manager. I know, I know how it sounds. I never meant to. He's not even my type, but...
But
Your body can be chrome, but the heart never changes. It wants what it wants.
so what's my role here? What do you want?
Proof. And then I'll end things. For good. Liam goes to Riot all the time. I think he meets someone there. I want to know who. You'll find out for me?
Not so fast. The scratch?
You'll get it.
Sure hope so. Question is, how much?
God, how mundane. No idea. Scads and scads of scratch. You happy?
Mm-hmm. You know, for us mere mortals, the mundane matters. Sometimes means the difference between life and death.
Don't lecture me. You want the job or not?
Can count on me.
Perfect. Remember, I want specifics. Details. Recordings or pics if you can.
Sure. Keep it in mind.
Yeah,
Good.
no
Now go.
no problem, Chunky Man Gamer. Again, just to reiterate from before, if you like, again, the idea of saying I want to preserve the the purity of the experience for you isn't. It's a little disingenuous. Like, I will say that my memory of it is not as strong as it would be. I would actually go so far as to say, like, this may sound a little servile for somebody with a small audience, but like, I like the Exile enough that I would actually be willing to do a round just to sort of get some of that muscle memory back if you're finding it a real struggle. But like, I also, if you have some specifics, I can do my best to try and offer some guidance. Well, I mean, I will say there's been a lot of interest in more cultist simulators, so I don't want to I don't want to overpromise. My intention after I finish House of Light is very much to return to Cultist Simulator, and I suspect I will do something a little bit closer to the original material, but I'm trying to remember if I have done an Exile run on YouTube before. And personally, I like that one a lot. I think, when it came out, my opinion was I thought it was actually the best thing that Alexis had ever done. So like, it is no hardship for me to go back into the
You look okay. Go in. No messing around.
I'm looking for a guy. Name's Liam. Liam Northam. You know where I can find him?
No, you can fuck off, Merc. I ain't talking.
but we were getting along so well.
Listen, it's important.
I'm sure, to you, me, couldn't give a flying fuck.
But yeah, I was gonna say, like, one way or another, I can see myself doing some. Well, it's guaranteed that there's going to be more Cultist Simulator at some point. That one's more of a question of when. But I'm trying to remember if I've ever done an Exile run that wasn't live, and I actually think there would be some value in doing one on YouTube. But again, like, if even just to play on my own, like, I would not find it a hardship to fire it up and try some stuff.
To the VIP room, stat.
Day, huh? Okay, just let me give 3 their check.
Nice tunes. Good work, music.
Yeah? Wouldn't know. I filtered out music and other ambience since I started here. I'd be deaf already if I hadn't.
Busy night, huh?
Real busy. Yeah. You looking to spill your sorrows? This ain't the time.
Looking for Liam. Liam Northam.
Ah, that one. Fuck. Can't stand that gunk.
Bad tipper?
Uh-huh. Plus he's a jackass. Output's even worse.
Output, huh? Interesting. Anyway, where's he at?
You know I can't tell you that.
It's important.
Sure it is. You don't look like someone gets caught up in bullshit, but I can't. Seriously, sorry.
Can't, huh? But know what I can do? Crush your skull like a can of Night Cola. Think if you really want to say no. Use that skull sponge while you still got it.
In the VIP room with some new output. Ordered champagne, so it's a party. But, you didn't hear it from me, yeah?
Sure.
It's kind of funny. I've been playing so much Outlast Trials that I instinctively want to like crouch and grab as many like, you know, throwables or whatever. I'm counting on your discretion, V. You wanted a professional, you got a professional. When you have something, just let me know.
Right. Let's see what's here.
Club, Brian VIP, elevator, okay.
Champagne? Nice surprise.
Consider it a token of my gratitude. I know you don't often agree to use the relic, but, well, you don't usually make an engram of a living person either.
Oh, come on. Arasaka's taken a keen interest in Lizzie's career. Be a shame if it ended prematurely. A backup copy seems to be the most sensible solution.
About that, once you made the backup, can you tweak it to remove undesirable traits? Because Lizzie, ever since her conversion, she hasn't been herself.
I'm afraid that's impossible. Engrams saved in the Secure Your Soul program cannot be edited. But how significant would these edits be?
Significant. Sometimes I don't even recognize her. Other times, never mind. Let's have a drink. To our partnership.
Oh, fuck. You heard what I just heard, right? Relic. They want to do her like they did me.
Not exactly. They wiped you. Here, they just want to make a backup.
A backup? V, we're talking about a person, not your vacay snaps. Guy didn't even ask. He's just going behind her back. He's got no right to do it. Nobody has that right.
Especially without her knowing. Shit. How do I even tell her?
Don't have to. Camera in there. Where there's a cam, there's footage.
I feel like all conversations lead to Soma at some point, but let's
Hello? V? What's up?
Got some intel on Liam.
And? Is it what I thought?
No. Worse, Lizzie. Much, much worse.
What do you mean?
Listen, don't know the deets, but Liam, he wants your engram. Wants to copy you.
What? But why?
He said he's afraid. For you. And of you.
No, I don't believe it. You hear me? Not a single word. You're lying.
Got the data to prove it. Here, listen for yourself.
No. It's... No. Fuck.
Transferred successfully. Yeah, so Soma handled this very well. One of the things I really appreciated about Soma was they sort of developed a cult around this idea of the copies called the continuity, or the continuum. I think it was the continuity. And one of the things that really struck me about it was when I first saw it, like, you know, I thought that they were making this tragic mistake. So, you know, the idea here is that the people undergoing the cloning process would I'm gonna do an inefficient, but oh, I screwed up. You know, they would have their consciousness uploaded into the computer, and the idea here would be that even moments after the copy, you have these two parallel lives, and so, you know, that other thing is whatever it is, it's not you. And that the way that you could ensure that it is yourself, effectively achieving immortality or the closest that that universe has for it, is to kill yourself immediately after the copy, so that there's this continuity, right? And this is quite similar. There's I think a really memorable thought experiment by Derek Parfit. I'm pretty sure this is in Reasons and Persons. But the idea here is sort of, you have the famous, you know, Star Trek style teleporter, right? You know, humanity's colonized Mars. You get to travel with the most efficient form of travel is to go from, you know, you to have your matter transferred, or a copy of yourself transferred up. And there's lots of different versions, and I believe somebody's told me that the Star Trek series has actually specifically addressed this question as to whether or not you commit suicide by going into the teleporter. But effectively, you know, the idea here is that you know, the copy of yourself is yourself. And to me, actually quite disturbing, but I think interesting spin that Parfit puts on this is to say, so imagine that, you know, you wake up and you're still on Earth, and, you know, you look at the attendant, say, hey, what went wrong? And the guy says, oh, I'm sorry, you know, there was a mistake, but don't worry, you're fine. You're on Mars, and you will disintegrate in just a few minutes. And you look up at the monitor, and you can see yourself on Mars. Now, you are probably going to have a very different opinion about what's you in that moment. I would argue that Soma does a really wonderful job with that, not necessarily through the continuity, but particularly the way that it ends. I think does an interesting job. And this is the sort of stuff I really like about science fiction, including Cyberpunk. But there's something particularly interesting about Lizzie Wizzy in this situation. So, you know, independent of the ideas of sort of consent or the idea of, you know, copying someone in the first place, right? So obviously what happens to Johnny is, I mean, I guess this is the question in terms of whether or not you're the Actually, one of the other things I like about the continuity is that I had that moral certainty that the people were making a tragic mistake. But then there's a moment in the game which really forced me to question whether or not I was thinking it all the way through. It's a very, very well done moment. It actually makes me also quite excited for Ontos. But yeah, in the case of Lizzie Wizzy, there's a couple of things that I think are interesting about this, right? So you do have, there's obviously the tackiness of some of the things done in the cyberpunk world, right? So you have, effectively an execution, but in this world, right, the execution, the murderer who wants to be crucified and turned into a BD. This would be a little bit like public. I mean, I think there's a reason. There's many reasons why we recoil at something like ISIS, but where ISIS would do propaganda, right, where they would use executions as media productions. We wouldn't tolerate that in the world. I mean, I'd like to hope we wouldn't tolerate something like that. Obviously, historically, this is something that's been sort of a form of entertainment. But yeah, in the case of Cyberpunk, right, to reduce, the fact that the society has enough place that it's not just something that's permitted, but something that a BD studio feels there is a real chance to earn a significant profit from it. It's, among many other instances, it's sort of an indication in terms of a really sort of rudderless ethical ship. But what I do find kind of interesting in the case of of this quest, Violence, you can also see how a creator like Lizzie Wizzy would feel particularly strongly about her engram, right? That is, herself, her creativity. It's far worse than an affair. And so, independent, I mean, I guess at least in the case of Johnny, he's, effectively executed, or, if you're one of the people who would believe in the continuity, then, he's at the very least transferred into a chip and at the very least is a prisoner. But in the case of Lizzie Wizzy, right, it's one of these cases where, if you put on too philosophical of a hat, then you can't get anything done. And I mean, sometimes, I don't want to go like full Wittgenstein, but like one of the challenges is that sometimes what seem to be like deeply considered or like real puzzlers are just, not really thinking through some of these issues. But basically, this is where I get somewhat sympathetic to people, disliking the idea of having their material be the source of training, for large language models. I'm not actually fully on the side of saying that that's obviously wrong, and I am interested to see how the legal decisions come down, because there is this idea of transforming a work, and to be completely fair, it seems to me that reducing, any image down to a set of model weights is pretty transformative. Then again, one might argue it's like, okay, well, is compression that, right? So you have an original movie, Tenet, let's say, and if you turn that into an MP4, is that a transformation? Can they not sue you for infringement because you have reduced it down? I mean, I chose Tenet for a reason. Like, I guess Oppenheimer would be the more recent one, but like, you have a motion picture, and Christopher Nolan's pretty specific about his films being film. But, if you digitize it, you turn it into compression, is that sufficiently transformative? And clearly not, right? So, maybe the model weight isn't quite the same. It isn't quite as easy. And, the other thing is that, like, the machines don't have intellectual property rights, right? We do. And so there should be the concerns of the human output, and they should be weighted higher than the technology. So the Lizzie Wizzy case is kind of a fun one, just because it's a creator, it's somebody who's making media that obviously lots and lots of people like, and it's this idea that rather than being sort of a unique individual, the celebrity, that it will be instead her engram will be copied and effectively commoditized, and that the manager is the one doing it. So and then of course the later step to it is, the idea of changing her into something perfect. But the funny thing is that is a really horrible idea. Like, that is very Stepford Wives, but I personally find the idea of the engram the slightly more troubling one for me. And sorry, I've got a blanket and a coffee, so I'm going to wrap up the blanket and try not to spill the coffee on myself. Just give me a second. So yeah, I mean, this is probably just a weird set of priorities, or maybe it's just an example of me not thinking that far. But like I am less troubled by the idea of, preferences being modified. And to me, it's because I'm already in that imperfect world, right? I've already been copied. And so to that extent, right, it's almost the idea of being modified. At that point, it's not me. But that idea of being reduced down to a commodity, being reduced down to a copy from which there will be additional products released or something, that is tied to a lot of the things that I value. I know like a lot of people, this is one of the reasons why I do these. I don't do these as much anymore, but people certainly like to share that they don't think I'm particularly creative or interesting. So, I'm not going to be the only one that has to deal with that. So, but, it's one reason why I do it a little bit less on stream, because I'd like as much as I can to retain, a happy sense for me, or at the very least something that I enjoy doing, and sort of having people who are a drag, spoiling that doesn't feel like a good thing. And, not everybody has to do everything in public, right? Like, I don't need to write in public. If anything, I should actually just write, period, because I think it's been a year since I've published anything on the blog. But yeah, like that core idea, that engine of creation is the thing that I value, even if it actually produces something bad, right? Like, I don't always do good work. I think I do better work than I may get credit for on things. But the fact of the matter is, even my lesser creations, I at least can say are mine. And the idea that, I would be distilled to some sort of model or some sort of engram to produce, that Barton Fink feeling, is the more troubling of the two. So, for what it's worth.
You fucking stupid or what?
The police the police were the ones to bump into me and then open fire.
Any update on my overtime bonus? Dispatch?
All right, now that guy didn't sign up for anything. Those other two, though, dirty cops. A man's got to have a code. second. I wanted to read my notes, but... Take part in a clash of musical universes live on Earth. Only happens once every million years. Mr. Kipper and Private Press on set for 99.9 Impulse. Club Riot Night City by invitation only. Proudly sponsored by Orbital Air. Can't wait. This message was automatically generated. Please do not reply. The multi-talented and notoriously enigmatic Mr. Kipper likely enjoys more fame than any other high rider on Earth. Although he rarely gives interviews and his identity is a greater mystery than the fate of Gary the Prophet, tickets for the artist's Terranian tour are already sold out. If you're not among the lucky few to catch Mr. Kipper live, Darkstar has you covered with 2 of his latest singles, Chokehold and Rolo. File transferred successfully. You received a transfer from unknown. Unfucking believable. What an asshole. Sending your fee. Hope it works out between you two. So I'm going to take a look at the journal once the...
Code 0.
There we go.
I repeat, Code 0 in this area. All units resume normal duties.
Okay. We both knew this time would come, and if we didn't think of something quick, you will die. And I'll go with you. It's time for our final meeting. Yeah, this feels very end game, so... Chipping in, go to the afterlife. This is it. Rogue's in for the kill. She's ready to stop running from her past and catch Smasher. And when we catch the bastard, I want to be the one to pull the trigger. But for now, you're in charge. Happy hunting. And freedom. Rayfield. Every capitalist cunt's wet dream, since who the fuck cares? These corpo assholes are all the same. They think they got a monopoly on innovation, pat themselves on the back for it. Truth is, whether you're chipping the latest Kiroshi optics or sipping bubbly from the comfort of a luxury AV, every piece of tech we touch was once some poor chump's intellectual property that was clept by the corp and squeezed for every penny. Corpos are parasites. They feed off others' labor and shit out money. Auto industry ain't any different. El Cap wants you to thieve from these thieves. I say thieve away. I was talking a little bit about XCOM 2. So right now, Cyberpunk 2077 is the one I want to sort of prioritize finishing. Doesn't mean I'll make it sort of 3 nights a week or anything like that. But, you know, there's only so many quests we can do in the game. What I am curious about, though, is the kind of tone people are interested in. So one of the things I was debating on doing is not like randomly selecting games, but taking a look at a few games, shuffling around the days on which I play them, and thinking about the specific things that I stream, and like just taking a look at the reaction, right? Like allowing revealed preferences to sort of show what people show they want to sort of sit and watch me play. I should have been paying attention. Now, I can see some problems with that. But I guess one thing I would say, I have been wanting to do a few more CRPGs. So I quite like doing Tyranny, and I noticed that there was a little bit more attention to Tyranny at the start than there was at the finish. And this does create a small concern that I have, because I think the more I do, like the more modern I do, the more modern I do. What a phrase. Like the more modern...
Slow down, Turbo. You'll get us killed again.
The more modern CRPGs that I can do are probably going to be really good, and will also be ones that have very, very long campaigns, particularly with my tendency to read everything. So, you know, it's one I'd actually be kind of happy to do, but it's one that I would sort of want to... The first best for me would be I do it and people love it. Second best is people aren't interested and I don't start. And the worst would be I start, there's clearly no interest, and so I stop doing it, so the people who are excited to see the thing sort of feel like they're cheated a little bit because the the game isn't done to the very end. Because one of the other ones that I've been wanting to do, and I've been reflecting on this since I opened up XCOM 2 again, I know what people originally kind of watched me for would be some of the strategy stuff, and I have lots of strategy options available, particularly big complicated ones that I can learn on stream. So I'd be maybe a little less willing to do something like a Civilization, because I feel that that's really well covered. I wouldn't...
Brace yourself, V.
He's there! Keep shooting!
Yikes. I don't know why my recovery didn't work on that, but I'll take just a quick minute to get rid of the bots. Yeah, that's a shame that had... I didn't really think I was in any danger there, but I kept hitting the the recovery button and it didn't happen.
Danger. High voltage. 89.3 radio.
Nope.
Get ready. Concentrate your mind.
Should probably just switch to the pistol. My aim's not good enough. Worked that time. There may be some value in taking out the taking out the lighter ones. Oof. All right. I'm still going to be fighting, but... Wanted for the abduction of H.A. Priority P0, location Night City, target name V, alias, known accomplices, Goro Takamura, corp code articles 160-189, objective elimination, warning, heavily armed, extremely dangerous. So, looks like they're going to want to close the distance. I actually don't see the guy who's shooting at me. There we go. Okay, that wasn't quite enough to seal the deal. Okay, that is actually quite funny. But yeah, anyway, so I don't know. Like, I think most people kind of like this as a second monitor sort of thing, as long as the inoffensive Canadian accent keeps going. You know, it doesn't necessarily matter what. Which, oddly enough, would imply that, you know, okay, I'll do Outlast Trials. But, I don't know, it would be nice, once I sort of clear out the plans, I don't think it would be bad to actually put some consideration into what I'm playing, because there's so many games that I can play, and it's not immediately clear that I'm making the right choices in terms of what's being streamed. So, all right, tire tracks. Thornton Colby, pattern indicates sudden acceleration. Body damage is indicative of a high-speed collision. Cranium crushed by a heavy weight, such as a moving vehicle. Damage is indicative of a high-speed... I think we got that. Antenna provides a direct link to affiliated satellite, GPS data tracking, and retranscription. Biometric authorization required. Rayfield. Okay, so we got a couple of 6th Streets. Bodies indicates execution-style killing. Blood loss from a close-range gunshot wound to the head. Damage is indicative of a high-speed collision.
What a fucking mess.
Really? No loot? Nope. Harry Bell, severe nervous system damage, wound pattern suggests sadistic intent. Archive conversation, Arlene Anwell and Harry Bell. I'm in position at the construction site, corner of Bullard and Sequoia. Do you have a satellite connection? Yes, receiving live data from Mordred. Bloody hell, Arlene, that's not standard protocol for an auto drive update, especially not for a high prio assignment. Let's wait for our security specialists. If anything happens to that car, I don't get your dick in a twist. They're stuck in the Plex, a few more days at least. Make do with what we have. The sooner we're out of this godforsaken city, the better. Right then, you're the boss. By the way, do you plan on being an arsehole the entire trip back? Shall I mark it in my calendar? Just buzz me when auto drive update is finished. So I'm just gonna take some coffee.
I'm starting to like this less and less.
All right. I'm trying to remember if I've ever done this one. I don't think I have. I should probably say that for everything. I don't think I've seen any of this material. Alright. I know I've been to a construction site before, though, so maybe... Oops. Maybe I'm just being stupid. Ooh. Alright. I messed that up.
Heads down! Keep it together! Make it quick! No mercy!
Cool.
Laser focus! Come on! Make it quick! No mercy!
Infect your friends.
Man down! Take their position!
I was hoping I would disrupt his attack by shooting him.
Will! Units lost! Surround him! Woo! Got a boost!
Well, what do we have here?
All right, let's see what's going on. It's weird. I'm trying to get so much loot when obviously there's like I'm not gonna. The best I'm gonna do is break it up for parts, and it's not like I'm leveling anything up with these parts, so. Okay, E9, 1C, E9, 55. Okay.
Fan-fucking-tastic.
Security delays from Noah Collins to Arlene Anwell. Arlene, the security team will be stuck in the Plex for a couple more days, so you'll have to make do in Night City until they wrap negotiations. Sorry about this snag. We didn't expect they'd be so hard to please. Oh joy. Vehicle concepts. Project update from Arlene Anwell to James Thompson. Hi James, I'm not sure whether you already started at your new position, but if not, here are the latest updates on our vehicle concept projects. C5I, new color selection ongoing, HQ. E1I, restyling, ongoing, HQ. E4I, sent for production, Megaplant 4. E6I, design approved, HQ. E7I, concept phase, HQ. P0I model cancelled after testing incident. Blackout confirmed with media and police. SR49A auto drive update ongoing. Night City. SR56S VIP delivery next week. Special security measures in place. The Plex. SR59C design rejected by directors. HQ. SR60A concept phase. HQ. SR61S requires further investigation in the Plex. Meeting with VIP second assistant confirmed. The Plex. SR62S request assessment ongoing. The Plex. T2I concept phase. HQ. V0I proposal sent to directors. HQ. Project 4102 design approved. HQ. All projects not listed here remain in the discussion phase. Arlene. Automatic reply. Failed delivery to unknown recipient. Automatically forward to Helen Griffiths. Dear Arlene, James has been removed from his role due to concerns over the ethicality of Project 4102. I'm pleased to inform you that you have been promoted and will assume his responsibilities effective immediately. You now report directly to me. All further discussions about this project must be conducted via secure designated channels. Thank you in advance for deleting all relevant documentation in your possession, including this email. Please head directly to HQ upon your return from Night City. Genevieve will be waiting for you. You will receive your new terminal that have the required cyberware suite installed and begin work in the silent division immediately. Your internal accommodation has already been arranged. External communication will not be permitted. Please inform any close relatives that you will be on mandatory business travel for an indefinite period. If they inquire further, I recommend calling it a team-building retreat. Congratulations once again on the promotion. Cheers, Helen Griffiths, Head of Operations. That is a fun idea. I probably need to, yeah.
Of course. That'd be too simple.
I do like the, I noticed a bunch of Arthurian references, which are still in here. VIP YA, client level A, model Caliburn Mordred, delivery date.
Let's take a look, shall we?
2075, weapon systems integrated, durability rating S-Class, Crystal Dome supported, Crystal Coat supported, so this is probably why I didn't see it before. This seems like Phantom Liberty material. Supported package Avalon 2075 design brief. Client requested this vehicle specifically for a discreet business trip to the Plex. It must use our latest weapon and armor systems to withstand all possible threats, both street level and corporate. It must comfortably seat both the VIP and an associate. Premium materials only. Support notes. The client refused the gold finish, claiming it is too conspicuous. Please keep this request in mind with any further suggestions to the client as part of the Avalon support package. 2077 update, ongoing. To meet the client's security needs, the vehicle requires an auto-drive update to address a known defect. Arlene Anwell and Harry Bell will go to Night City to personally monitor its successful implementation in real traffic conditions. A skeleton key has been made available to facilitate maintenance. We also request the client's belongings inside the vehicle to be transferred and stored for the duration of the update. VIP client file, YA. I'm assuming this is Yorinobu, but... Client background investigation results, psych profile, paranoid, dominating personality, rebellious streak, internally conflicted, independent, introverted, taciturn, secretive, displays violent tendencies, affiliations, Arasaka Corp, and if it wasn't clear, Steel Dragons, Nomad Gang. Family, older brother is deceased, highly confrontational with father, relationship status, single, conflicting reports. Habits. 1. No chauffeurs, prefers to drive himself. 2. Likes to conduct business meetings in vehicles. Compartments should be fitted for whiskey, tequila, chilled beverages, and firearms. I do like the whiskey touch. Aesthetics. For relaxing time. Try Suntory time. Aesthetics. Biometrics indicate peak relaxation when exposed tranquil countryside environments of home. Crystal Dome internal display settings should include showcase of natural Japanese landscapes by default. Music, contrary to rebellious history in nature, shows a strong preference for jazz. Audio profile should be set to match. I mean, I guess jazz isn't a rebellious music in 2077, but I don't know. Sexual behavior and kinks, exactly the sort of thing you want to know from your car manufacturer to know. No data found. Cross-check of psych profile against internal database suggests preference to adopt a submissive role. Probability 68%. Standard procedure to be applied with addition of a compartment for intimacy equipment located between the seats. Additional remarks, we are unable to gather any data via standard data breach tools. Caliburn Mordred, auto drive update live. Rayfield test route, live traffic conditions. Test ID ADRT SR49A0127. Vehicle caliber and Mordred. VIN redacted. Operator NA. Autodrive active. Waypoint sequence. I'll spare you the coordinates. Testing protocol. Autodrive will initiate test route upon system boot. Caliburn Mordred Whitelist. Rayfield International Whitelist. Vehicle Access Authorization Server Active Whitelist. Caliburn Mordred. Project code SR49A. Authorized users Arlene Anwell, Director of Engineering, Rayfield International. Access level Tier 1 Executive. Full diagnostic override and operator permissions. Arasaka Hironobu, Primary Operator. Access level Tier Sovereign VIP. Full operator permissions. Hey, Cap, you want the bad news or the bad news? Scan the data I sent. The fuck? No. Abort! Abort! Cease and desist! Contract closed! Step away from this one, V. Run. Away. Lay low for a while. Telling the client we didn't find shit. Jesus fucking course the car belongs to our newly crowned emperor. Do not even think of stealing it or we're both flatlines. I still got my whole life ahead of me, V. Don't know, it's a once-in-a-lifetime kind of car. Plus, Arasaka kind of owes me one. Jesus, fuck, V, you're on your own. You do not know me. I'm totally stealing this. Andres Hellman and Yorinobu Arasaka. The Plex truly is an intriguing place to say the least. So many layers, so many unknowns, yet to design a vehicle specifically for this meeting, rather extreme, don't you think? He who does not enter the tiger's den can never reach the tiger's cub. Indeed. We've arrived. Fascinating, all of this. Focus. We have much to do. Godlike DK, how you doing? It's going all right. I'm doing something new in this game, so that's fun. I was actually talking a little bit. Feel free to weigh in if you have any feelings on this, but this is the game. It's weird. I want to say I'm kind of prioritizing to finish, except that I usually will play it on the Fridays. And but I think sort of once it's done, I have kind of a clear list. I have a few things that I would like to do, either get back to or I've wanted to do for a while, but I'm also at a point where one of the things I was debating on doing if people didn't express a strong preference for one type of game or another was I was going to sort of semi-randomly assign some of the games I wanted to play for different days and just sort of use the revealed preferences to see, you know, what got a little more attention. And one of the things I've been curious about would be more CRPGs. So I, for example, really like doing Tyranny, and I noticed there was quite a bit of attention for it at the start, but not as much at the end. And one of the things that's a little tricky for me is that the modern ones are very good, but they're also very long. And so I kind of gave the example where like the first best is, you know, people want it and watch it. Second best is people don't care for it and communicate as such at the start, so that way there isn't the lost time. But the worst, of course, is if I start one, it's clear that there isn't that much interest, and then I stop playing it. But then, of course, the people who did want to see that game feel disappointed because they didn't get to see the ending. So again, I mean, this is kind of an evergreen question that I have, and it's one that I'm not always consistent on. Like I don't always. Oops. Yeah. Papers, Please would be a little bit different from those others, but yeah, those types of games. But you know, on the other hand, right, I've actually been playing more sort of first-person or action-style games than I used to. Oops.
Hey, what's up?
All right, guess we're gonna have to do this. I'm bad at this. But yeah, so you know, some of the first-person shooters, whether it's like Doom or Wolfenstein: The New Order, or I think at this point I need to go for weaponry. Sorry. Oh, I didn't mean to hit that guy.
Mingo, a crime has been reported. Roger, dispatch. Standing by for coordinates.
I was enjoying whatever you're interested in at the time, not knowing the games or thinking of current. Yeah, this is good news actually, because I've in addition to Papers, Please, I've actually wanted to do more of the Lucas Pope games, of which Papers, Please is included.
Fuck! Instructed to return to patrol. Reports have confirmed the suspect is still in the area.
All right, I gotta try to make sure I give the police the slip.
All nearby units, we have a code 3. Civilian is unstable. Proceed with caution.
Oops. Nice.
I repeat, code 0 in this area. All units resume normal duties.
All right, I got a cool new car. Yeah, so I have actually done Papers, Please before, but I've never actually played it through to the finish, so that's good. Do you have any opinions about Return of the Obra Dinn? I know I think that was the next game after Papers, Please, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, chipping in, go to the afterlife. That's it, Rogue's in for the kill. She's ready to stop running from her past and catch Smasher. And when we catch the bastard, I want to be the one to pull the trigger. But for now, you're in charge. Happy hunting. Not familiar, but it looks cool. Oh, okay. This is actually some good intel. But yeah, so this is the thing, right? Like, there's, I don't think Henry Ford ever actually said this, but there's sort of a quote that's attributed to him, and it's almost one of those ones where it's too good to check. But, you know,
Slow down, Turbo. You'll get us killed again.
You know, the idea of, if I asked the customer what they wanted, they would have said a faster horse that ate less. So there's, you know, one of the things that I used to really like and I'd like to get back to at some point is there was a while when people would sort of ask, where do you find all these cool games? And sometimes it would be because I'm, following a developer that I'm interested in, or I got a certain key offer or something. And I'd kind of like to get back to that, but I'd also like to be a little more conscious of the sort of things that allow me to do a better broadcast. So I like that people are able to check out things that they wouldn't normally do for themselves, right? So people who don't necessarily play horror games might be able to see, Amnesia or Outlast, because I don't sort of heighten the anxiety. But like the idea here would be, I do know there are some games that I do better than others, and I think it's worth, if nothing else, so that I can just get better at doing this, to sort of find what those games are. So, anyways, that is a consideration for after our visit with Rogue.
Welcome back. So, ready? Rogue should be here any minute.
You're in a stronger guild. Squeeze her for favors. Remind her all about how she left you to die in Saka Tower.
First, she was sure I was dead already. Second, I'd never do that to her. Don't have to.
What? You gonna use your charm?
Rogue's never said no to me. Ever.
Okay, one more time. You're just gonna talk to Rogue about Smasher, right? Then you'll hand me the wheel and hop back in the passenger seat.
That is the plan. Don't worry. I'll be gentle. You might even enjoy it.
Actually, regretting this already.
No, I think that makes a ton of sense, Godlike DK. It's one of the drawbacks I've actually run into with my current batch. But there's definitely a couple things. Like, for instance, I really want to do Uncle Chop's Rocket Shop again. All right, now I'm not expecting Johnny to be a man of his word here, but it's a game. Of course, I'm going to take the pills.
Okay, I'm ready. About fucking time.
Look a little different. Fuss with your hair, or...
Fuck, it's good to be back.
Never knew you'd gone off somewhere. What's your poison?
Tequila old-fashioned. Top it up with beer. And sprinkle in some chili.
Silverhand special. Been a while since anyone ordered that.
Actually, it's funny. I had reason to think about Cloudpunk recently.
Give me another.
You got it.
Where's the F key?
Cassius Ryder. Name mean anything to you?
Mm-hmm. Tattoo guy. How do you know the name?
We go back. Where'll I find him?
Got a salon in Watson, Pershing Street.
So what'll it be? Billy Goat or the other one?
Other one. He's gonna love it.
Sure he will. Jeremiah Grayson. Heard he's an operator for Smasher. But you didn't hear that from me.
Hey, who are you again?
Yeah. Could say we had something in common. Ruby Collins. Sloppy second for Grayson after I banged her.
Hey! What the?
Hey, drink slinger.
Simón! Simón!
¡Más rápido!
Simón! Simón! I win!
Left or right? Think I got something better. Hey, you Ruby.
What? You've heard about me?
Let's get out of here. Tell you what I heard. Then you'll show me if I'm right. Just got a little biz to take care of first.
Yo! Get your fucking balls off Ruby. She ain't going anywhere with you. She's on that clock, got it?
Fuck, I missed this. Be waiting outside.
You waiting for me?
Let's go back to my place.
Where to?
Martin Street. But take the long way.
Look good on you. Got a light?
Oh my god!
This is a very amusing sequence because this is more or less exactly what I thought Johnny was going to do, but they did play up the moments quite well.
Fuck. You could have died.
Ruby.
Maybe I'll call.
Ruby, focus. I need to talk to Grayson. Hello, Night City.
V. Spit blood first thing every morning?
Talk about something else, please.
Sure. First time you walked up, sensed there was something familiar about you.
Blah, blah. Johnny told you. You don't seem surprised.
Was surprised, but not anymore. You probably don't remember.
I got flashes here and there. Not everything, thank God.
He called me early morning. Of course, I thought it was you. And I thought, cute kid. Too bad he's gone completely whacked.
Came to see for yourself, huh? Morbid curiosity?
Mm-hmm. And I found Johnny Silverhand.
Feels, weird. This. You knowing about Johnny.
Face is changing, you know. Still look like V, but that mean smirk, I'd know it anywhere. How he talks, moves, how he smokes.
I don't smoke.
I know. Could never confuse you two. So sleep soundly.
Smasher. He tell you about him?
Yes. Didn't know he'd come back to NC. Johnny found some way to get at him.
Wait. Grayson.
Jeremiah Grayson. Works for Smasher. Johnny got a tip off some stripper, don't ask me how. Ebonique. Just that. Still, let me see what I can do. We're gonna get that son of a bitch.
Know what Smash has been up to all this time?
Disappeared after the Saka Tower assault in 2023. All thought he was gone for good.
Then suddenly reappeared. Did a few Mondo jobs for Arasaka, then went right back to ground. Nobody's seen him in years. Except Grayson, apparently.
Can I help at all?
In your state? You're useless. Almost. Hollow buzz you when I learn something.
Okay.
Unbelievable that bastard's somewhere in your head.
Oh, fuck.
Oh, fuck. Never again.
Had no idea the pills would lay you out like this.
Maybe it wouldn't be bad if you hadn't chased him down with fuck knows what. You tricked me. Just supposed to talk to Rogue.
Did talk to her.
And the stripper? Empathy brawl? Tattoo?
All required, man. Had to give Rogue something real, didn't I?
Ebonique? A lead on Grayson's supposed to be a lead on Smasher? Lead to lead. That's real?
Real enough for Rogue. Quit mumble whining and let's Delta.
Just couldn't fucking help yourself, could ya? Had to clep the Mordred anyway. Thing's a work of art, Cap. Be a crime not to take it. Congrats on the new wheels. All it cost was your life. Watch yourself out there, V. I'm praying for you. Chokehold and Rolla may surprise even the most loyal Mr. Kipper fans. The lyrics written and rapped by the artist himself are an added chef's kiss to his already lauded work. Does Mr. Kipper defy genre classification as we recognize it today? Is it possible to tell when he's experimenting rather than keeping to a familiar musical orbit? It's no secret that Mr. Kipper likes to keep us guessing. The only mystery is where he will find his next inspiration. So one of the things that I found kind of interesting on this one, so like, I don't know, like it's a game, and like having a fun sequence is sufficient on its own, right? So I'll actually say this is quite different from the Johnny Silverhand segments that I have previously enjoyed.
Place where you can puke all over the carpet, no problem. Beggar, not chooser.
But like usually the ones that I've sort of liked are where, you know, you're a low-level character, then you're going in playing as Johnny Silverhand, this larger-than-life character, and you kind of feel the weight of the reputation and the capability. Like Johnny is a very powerful character. You know, you feel unstoppable in the moments. You can die during them, but just the fact.
So, feeling better?
No.
The fact that you feel different when playing it was something that really impressed me about those sequences. Now, this one, and I think this is a conscious choice, you feel much more like a passenger, right? Johnny's taken over, and you get to see him be very Johnny, right? You know, he's hitting on people, he's, you know, getting a stupid tattoo. I'm assuming I don't get to see the other one. But one of the things that I'll say, you know, I said this when the scenario was first presented to me. Oh.
V, need your help. Same spot as last time. Don't make me wait.
What is it? Hello? Lizzie? Shit.
All right. Gives me something to do while we wait for chipping in. But one of the things I kind of like is as much of sort of a clown as you get to be as Johnny, they're all calculated choices, right? So it's not just a stripper you're going for, you know, it's someone who will specifically get you information. You know, obviously the drinking, you know, all of the extra steps are completely unnecessary. Like I'm not trying to suggest that it's you know, that Johnny's actually, you know, actually a good guy or something. But there is all right, I'm going to see if I can get a little more. Going to see if I can recover the frames. So, take a minute to reset. It's all right. But like on the other hand, it's not like it's tactical, but in the most like obnoxious way possible. Which I kind of like. I mean, again, I would still say that, you know, I trust Johnny even less than before. But it's a fun sequence, and no, I don't necessarily feel cheated for doing it. Which is, I will also say, is kind of nice, right? Because, you know, the pressure to, you know, just have something happen in the game is effective, but it's, you know, I also do want to acknowledge that I'm not necessarily going to act against my interests every time. So it's nice to sort of have a reward for that.
Lizzie, what in the... Fuck. Now I get the rush.
V, I was angry. I pushed him. These fucking arms, these hands. Oh my god. You ever wake up in the middle of the night and not know who you were for a second?
Shit.
Or
Guys in shreds.
You ever feel like you weren't really you? That's how I feel all the time. Every moment. This emptiness, this helplessness. I stopped seeing, creating. Just now,
You strangled him, Lizzie.
I just wanted to break up with him,
crushed his spine.
Tell him I want... I was angry. I must have lost control.
So Liam really did have a reason to be afraid of you.
I didn't mean to, understand? I didn't mean to.
Sure. Maybe. It's all the same to him, though. So, this is about the body, right? That's why you called?
Yes, the media can't hear about this. Got it? That would be... Oh.
Huh?
The world would eat it up. A tale of the temptation to control another's memory. A grim reminder that a person is merely a collection of bytes that can be copied, reproduced,
Lizzie, snap the fuck out of it. What about the body?
I don't know. Do whatever. Take it somewhere. Burn it. I'll pay you.
Okay, I'll take care of it. You sleep soundly now.
Sleep? I won't sleep. I don't need to. Thank you, Liam. You don't realize it, but you've given me something beautiful.
What the hell are you talking about?
Go, V. Go. And take him with you.
Someone should give you a checkup. See if you're okay, Lizzie. Someone you trust.
I like what's happening to me. Lovely to meet you, V. Now go. Go.
I mean, we can't turn down an opportunity, right? So again, we're still hoping to get number 1. I haven't gotten close to that in a while, but I'm also trying to be a little more relaxed about it. So. Actually, I think I've confessed to this a couple of times, but I still haven't played The Witcher 3, so I feel like I should try it, just so I can appreciate the references. I'm familiar with the bugs that this is referring to, but I think pretty much everybody is. But I don't know, like, I feel like because we're doing a section that we've seen many times before, it feels worth mentioning. I feel like my time playing Cyberpunk has been really, or being aware of Cyberpunk has been really weird. Because I definitely remember the first trailer, and I thought it was really impressive, and I'd never played the tabletop game, but I certainly felt that, it's a really promising project, and I'd understood that, CD Projekt Red was just coming off of a massively successful RPG release. So, first of all, just a really, really good trailer. Like, that alone is reason to be excited. But also, if I recall correctly, actually, I think one of the reasons I was aware of the Cyberpunk 2020 setting was I had played, there's 2 versions of Netrunner. There's the Fantasy Flight Games version, which is called Android Netrunner. And that is a remake of an old Wizards of the Coast game, actually designed by Richard Garfield, but considerably less successful than Magic the Gathering, called Netrunner. And I believe the setting was Cyberpunk 2020, although I don't know how much, they made that I don't know how much they made that like a selling point or like a detail. And I could be completely wrong on that, right? I don't have that good of an understanding of the game other than its existence. But I think one of the things that happened was I did begin to get a little, I don't know, a little wary of the game. Obviously there was a quiet period, but I don't necessarily think that's a bad thing. But I will go so far as to say that it definitely feels like Cyberpunk was something of an arrogant marketing campaign. And I remember having that really distinct memory of the, I think it was the Game Awards? Anyways, the one that gave rise to, You're Beautiful, right? Keanu Reeves showing up. And I sort of felt that, like, the world had taken two branching paths where, like, the celebrity reveal would be sort of the mark of the moment where, like, CD Projekt Red was trying to cover up the fact that they didn't have a very good game. And there were definitely signals that it could go wrong. Like if you look at the Glassdoor ratings or things like that, or some of the stories in the background, like, I think the idea is that The Witcher 3 was successful despite its chaotic development cycle, rather than because of. And once upon a time, this used to be true for another famous RPG studio called BioWare, and there was the idea of the BioWare magic, which would kind of fix everything in the last minute. Damn, I was hoping to do the glitch. All right, I'm gonna give this another shot. And, that was true until it wasn't. And then, let's be real, like, BioWare is almost certainly still a very good game developer. I have no doubt that some of the best game developers in the world are working at BioWare. But I think it's also fair to say that, the work that has come out of it has not been sort of commensurate to the talent and the history of the studio. And I personally do not feel that EA is solely to blame for this. I think it's very easy for a lot of people to point to a publisher as being the reason something isn't successful. But I also see, while it has admittedly been a while since I've written an article, and I know that people don't particularly like it when I say things like this, but I do think that if you are going to try and do an analysis of the games industry, as opposed to just being someone spouting off an idea in a forum, I do think that it is important to try and have as clear-eyed of a view on, why things are happening. And it's a little bit like, it's like when people talk about capitalism or something like that. Like, for the most part, I would describe myself as a capitalist. I see the value in private ownership and the, and the efficient allocation of resources through it, let's say. But that's different from saying that I'm a libertarian, right? Like, I think basically anybody who's watching this channel most likely lives in a mixed economy, that there is a role for the government to play. And I don't see... It's actually kind of interesting. I didn't see the interview with Jon Stewart and Richard Thaler, but I did see a lot of reactions to it. And it's very, very interesting to see how clearly educated people believe, like, demonstrably false things about what economists think. And I'm actually particularly... If the... some of the questions or accusations that Jon Stewart has been making in that interview are as reported, I actually think it speaks quite poorly of him that he spent so much time, reporting on, satirizing the news, being a figure like this, and apparently not having educated himself on the most basic facts of the thing that he is criticizing. I'll hear this a lot about Marxism, right? Oh, you just need to read Marx and understand it. But surely that applies to people who, don't have Adam Smith under their pillow. But yeah, so, with that in mind, right, like I'm obviously going to be somebody who's not very convinced by, people who say, oh, it's all capitalism to blame. I think, there are conditions under which, more problems can, certain problems are more likely to happen. I am the last person in the world. I mean, actually, I'd go so far as to say, economists have jobs because it doesn't work perfectly, right? There's reason to study things like market failures and, motivate certain policy interventions. But again, just for the same reason that I don't want to lay all social ills at the feet of capitalism. And just to be clear, this isn't a declaration of war against viewers who don't share those views, right? Like, obviously I'm very much an outlier in the local game dev community, for, not talking about how capitalism is the real problem. But, I can have perfectly civil and actually, frankly, very interesting conversations with people who believe that. And sorry, God, I do see that you wrote a message. I'm at the point now where the game requires a bit of focus, so I do want to engage with what you had said there, though. But yeah, I mean, again, to me, because whatever added value I have as someone who writes articles, or quote unquote, yeah, why did I even think I could get away with that? Has takes. I do feel that, I should be trying to bother myself with the facts of the matter. I can be wrong, almost certainly have been wrong. Actually, a perfect example of this was I was much more excited about the arrival of the Epic Games Store than I should have been. I actually don't like a number of the things that Tim Sweeney has done. But I do like the idea of more competition in the platform space. And, the one thing that I hadn't maybe banked on was just how good Steam would be at outcompeting competitors. I don't think I hit that circle, but clearly the game feels differently. So, and this is why we should want competition, right? It forces us to have a better Steam. So, just again, the difference is that I can't say I've been a particular fan of Tim Sweeney's conduct, during the store wars. But Godlike says, it seems like every company faces that demise. Too many cooks in the kitchen, too many disconnected Zoom calls stretched between continents. Yeah, I mean, I feel like around sort of the I'm really thinking of kind of GE here, but it felt like conglomerates were the big thing, at least in terms of the United States, until they weren't. And then, there was this whole project of sort of breaking up the conglomerates, and sort of unlocking the value. And you can see why, to a certain extent, some of that also happens even in companies like Meta, right? So before the quote unquote year of efficiency at Meta, it was a very, very profitable ad platform. And investors were sort of willing to allow the executive team. And I mean, realistically, this is probably like Mark Zuckerberg, right? But they were willing to give a certain amount of leeway to divisions that were burning billions of dollars on a pipe dream of VR. But the contract was sort of that, because it's just making money hand over fist, they're going to kind of look the other way. But that doesn't last forever. And you can see this is basically the reason why conglomerates got out of fashion, is that you have, very profitable and efficient divisions being held down by these, vanity projects for the the executive team. And, you know, obviously maximizing shareholder return is about making sure that you are, you know, divesting yourself of those unprofitable divisions. And of course, again, like the argument from Facebook and that, you know, renamed the parent company to Meta was, you know, this is going to be the big growth driver, right? If we don't do this, then social media will be irrelevant and everybody's going to be in the metaverse. But of course, now the bet is, you know, AI. So, and I would say I'm the last person in the world who's going to know what's going on with AI. But if you do want to feel a little bit better with some of the more hyperbolic claims about AI, just remember what those exact same people were saying about the metaverse. And that's not that long ago. Actually blockchain for that matter. So there is a certain type, even they may be venture capitalists, they may be, you know, figures that you are told to respect the opinions of, but if you look at their statements, it very often is sort of an aggregation of a lot of stuff that you're seeing on like Twitter or from other figures. And so but anyways, I was kind of talking about responding to and actually, sorry, I see there's another message, which I think I'm probably going to have to wait for the next high score screen to respond to. But yeah, I mean, I'm trying to think. Like, I think probably because I don't have a good inside view of what happened to BioWare, I'm not quite sure I could say exactly what went wrong. And I think in some cases that perhaps there were some structural problems that, for the most part, you know, a little bit like the metaverse losses, right? Some structural problems that maybe weren't recognized and dealt with because they hadn't prevented the existing games from, you know, from being successes. But that there was effectively kind of a ticking time bomb in BioWare. And to be clear, like the other thing is like I don't want to swing the pendulum the other way, which is to say that I do not feel that EA is blameless. I think a publisher can try and drive, you know, good studios to do things that are not consistent with the flourishing of that studio. I'm genuinely unsure about the that's the second time I got hit by that. But yeah, like the decision to do the Frostbite engine, like for the overall company, the idea of amortizing the costs of Frostbite over as many games as possible and providing that support is actually a very sensible job. Now the thing is that there were so many stories of BioWare struggling with the Frostbite engine, but the thing is that we know there are other problems going on with BioWare. So was that a fig leaf to cover up the actual problems, or was it the case that there were, you know, that was actually sort of this arrogant decision on the part of EA management that was inconsistent with the production of good games, and it did actually wind up hobbling an otherwise very capable studio? And I genuinely don't know. So again, there's always a balance, but I will just take a minute here and say I personally believe it's a people problem, if I understand you correctly, and when I say people, I mean people management. I have many friends and acquaintances employed by EA, and it seems to be all about keeping people employed, obviously market share, etc. And through time, I think it's been shown that true passion or even struggle pushes the best titles out. Sometimes no money can fix, kind of obvious. Yeah. No, I think we're on the same page. I think that's clear from some of the best titles from the early 90s and 2000s, where the initial dev team got the financial boost from the producers, but not flipped on their head and told what to do. Yeah. I mean, I will say my actual work experience would be in movies rather than game development. But one of the observations I would make would be one of the worst things that can happen to some of your favorite creators, is that they have a runaway hit. So from what I understand, the original script for The Matrix had some pretty cringy stuff in it, and like it was obviously good and everybody recognized the promise, but it needed revisions. Like one version of this story that I've heard, like I think Mouse was like trying to hit on Trinity, and she apparently delivered like a line is like, "Your hardware can't handle my software," and I'm like, thank heavens, you know, someone was able to tell the Wachowskis like, cut that line. But you know, I didn't necessarily think the sequels were terrible, but it's really hard for me to say that, you know, the sequels to The Matrix sort of lived up to the promise of the original. And I think one of the factors behind that is that it became a lot more difficult to tell the directors who just released this, like, you know, surprise, you know, hit, no. So these are all going to be like 2000 movies examples. But like another good example of this would be the Lord of the Rings movies, right? So, you know, once upon a time, like Peter Jackson was a good filmmaker and, you know, was the right choice for the trilogy, it feels like. But I'm going to argue the movies that came after, right, the one where he's the toast of the town and, you know, seemingly can do no wrong. I mean, like, I didn't see the King Kong movie, and one of the reasons why I didn't see the King Kong movie was that the entire Skull Island sequence was longer than the original. These are absolutely the hallmarks of someone who needs to be told no, but like is in you know, enough of a position of power to you know, to not be told that. And that's not a moral judgment on Jackson or the Wachowskis or anything like that, but it's like the thing is that it's really popular to sort of point to producers, you know, as like the no people, right? You know, there's the brilliant creative mind that would just make a masterpiece if you'd let them, and then these bean counters are getting in the way. But there's a rather good book that somebody recommended to me. This is actually in the Dark Web Streamer Discord. This book is called A Beautiful Constraint. And I think on a gaming note, one of the best ways I could articulate it is that if you consider many of the features that make Nintendo games so great, and particularly I'm thinking of like the sort of stuff you'd see on the Game Boy. You know, in some cases, Nintendo has been forced to compete on something other than spectacle because they can't compete on price. And it is precisely that constraint that makes some of their games so memorable, because they have to appeal to something that isn't just, you know, pushing the frontier of graphical capability. Now, you know, let's be reasonable, right? I think one of the things that impressed people about the Switch was that it was actually, for what you were getting, it was a pretty high-tech device. Like it was no longer the case that like the Nintendo version was the crappy version, right? You could play some games that you were really in, like you could play The Witcher on the Switch. But you know, my view is that when these creative industries are working well, it isn't, you know, the lone genius, you know, creating this you know, this masterpiece without the interference of the money men. It is actually that is such a shame. It's this intersection between sort of the art and commerce. Like even somebody like Stanley Kubrick, who's my favorite, and clearly, you know, someone who has given a lot of leeway to make his stuff. First of all, was a real penny pincher when it came to a lot of the production stuff. I also happen to know that like there are some people who would not work with him because they didn't have they didn't have the time and the budget. You know, it's like you want to make a made-for-TV movie. You know, Stanley Kubrick might be interested. He wants his payday as much as anyone. But, you know, the producer wants it on time and on budget. So, but I'm going to take a minute here. So movies are very similar lately, like the 28 Years Days Later series. Great movies, but I believe that there are three-pronged movie series that are trying to push out with a huge compromise that they had to make with the producers to get greenlit, hamstring the ability of the directors and the true vision, making them feel like one movie strung out like a money grab. Yeah, I've kind of mixed feelings on that because it has worked. Like, I think, oddly enough, Lord of the Rings was the one that did that, right? And that was one that probably today would have become a prestige series on like Netflix or Amazon Prime or Apple TV or something like that. But on the other hand, shortly after that, you had sequels, you know, back to back for the Pirates of the Caribbean movies. And as far as I can tell, the third one, they hadn't even finalized a script by the time that they were shooting. So that does not strike me as conditions under which, you know, you're going to get your best work. You say it really frustrated you that 7 months after the initial, they released and announced the second, but it seems like the first was filled with B-roll, weird montages to fill time. Yeah, like this is the thing. Like I would definitely say that movies nowadays could definitely learn a little bit more economy of storytelling. Like my favorite example of a lot of this. Oh, sorry, I've got something. The screen looks a little squished on my monitor, but I think that's an OBS thing. I don't think that's the actual stream. Let me know if the aspect ratio is like 4:3, and I should just be able to alt tab out and fix it. Yeah, I know exactly what you're saying. So I will say that what you're describing, I can see working. But on the other hand, like, there's a movie I really like. I think that's actually getting a Criterion edition this month called Network. It's by Patty Chayefsky, like a really, really talented writer. Sidney Lumet was the director. The guy who did 12 Angry Men, among others. But and Network is a hell of a movie. And it has like gotten unbelievably, like, I think that was a movie from like 1978, 1979. It has seemed to have only gotten more relevant with each passing decade. It is really, really astonishing to my view. Now, that movie probably has, I'd be willing to say, you know, 3 or 4 sort of like major plot lines or characters, right? It is actually kind of funny to ask, you know, who's the main character of Network? And but one of the things that impresses me about that movie, and I feel like this is a screenplay thing, but it could also be a direction thing. But despite having these multiple intersecting storylines, the movie is done in like 119 minutes. And, you know, not to sound, I realize like hating on Marvel stuff is a cliche nowadays, but like, I guess the point that I would make is that if Network can tell a just blistering satire that continues to be relevant, you know, 50 years after it was made, you know, and they can do that in 2 hours, like, does Marvel really require like 180 minutes to resolve a very simple good versus evil story? I'm not saying the movies shouldn't exist. I'm not saying they're bad movies, but like, you know, maybe we don't need, you know, maybe we don't need some of the stuff that's on the screen. And so it's why I'm sympathetic to your critique of the, you know, the 28 Years Later movie, which I haven't seen, by the way. I have seen 28 Days Later. I really liked it. And I remember being surprised at how much I liked 28 Weeks Later. Because I was expecting I wouldn't. But But yeah, I don't... The funny thing about 28 Weeks Later is that I remember having a favorable impression of it, and yet I could not tell you anything about the story. And yet I feel that even though it's been quite some time, it's probably been at least a decade since I've seen 28 Days Later. I feel like I could give you a reasonably good description of the plot. And I don't know if that says something about 28 Weeks Later or not. Probably says something about my memory more than anything. But yeah, so the thing is that because I've seen that there are movies that can do the, you know, serial format but not quite, I wouldn't take it for granted that it's not necessarily going to work. And yet on the other hand, I do sort of feel at this point that filmmakers do need to sort of prove to me that they actually can tell a story within the confines. Right? It's a little bit like, you know, abstract art. You know, it's not that you can't make abstract art, but it is nice to know that you are doing so with purpose as opposed to you know, as opposed to sort of you know, compensating for, you know, a lack of capability, I guess. So appears the second one was under advertised, performed poorly, and potentially a third will never be made. So in the end, it's kind of, yeah, no, that's definitely a shame. Just give me a second here, see if I can... All right, my screen's looking a little better. Sorry, I know I'm spending a lot of time on Road Tracer, but it does give me a chance to, you know, to chat and catch up. One of the things that I actually find kind of funny is I do sort of believe gaming has an advantage here. So, you know, if you think about... So I like to give the example of Terminator and Terminator 2. Again, ancient history, but they're... To my view, I sort of see them as like uncontroversial examples of two very, very well-crafted, like a two movie, like one that was intentionally a sequel to the other. Now, if you want to go from Terminator to Terminator 2, you need to shoot every new scene, right? In fact, people will generally feel cheated if you take things filmed from the first movie and put it in the new one. So, and then of course there's the somewhat famous problem where some of the features that maybe made the original special are not present for the sequel because, you know, like it was, people weren't necessarily thinking about the commercial success or the large budget of the, you know, for the first one, but they definitely have that front of mind for the sequel. You know, Terminator 2, I think, sort of addresses this by being able to do things that the first one didn't. It still tells an interesting story, but it tells a different story. And I think that's one of the reasons why that movie works. As it happens, that movie also wound up sort of being almost, to my view, it was like the template for basically every summer blockbuster for like a decade, maybe two, after it was released. So much so, actually, that when I deigned to acknowledge the existence of a third Terminator film, I think if you watch Terminator 2 and then you watch Terminator 3, you realize that Terminator 3 basically didn't allow itself to be its own movie. It's like, it's basically almost shot for shot in some cases, Terminator 2, but with a worse story. And I mean, obviously it didn't have a lot of the talent in it as well. I think the only... I think there's the... Like, Schwarzenegger's back, and I believe the psychologist... is back. I think those are like the only two characters that you know, that return for the two of them. Now, the difference with a video game is that, reproducibility is a wonderful thing about software. If you make, let's say, Mass Effect, right? So you make Mass Effect, and part of the challenge of making Mass Effect is that you need to see what like a Mass Effect shaped product looks like. You need to figure out what's fun, what's working, what isn't. You need to get all of those basics down, like how do I interact with characters? I don't necessarily know the details of AAA game development, but I think it would be fair to say that, you can't take all of this stuff for granted. But, when something like Mass Effect works, sure, you can make a sequel. And the great news about the sequel is that you do not need to do all of that basic stuff again. You may need to put a new coat of paint on. You may need to, you don't want to be completely static. But part of what you're going to be working with, and you have the infrastructure in place. Like, it would be wasteful to completely tear down the old work and completely start fresh. There was actually an interview with, I think it's IO Interactive, the people who do Hitman. Apparently, they actually reduce the budget for their sequels, which I think that's a really interesting idea. I wouldn't necessarily advocate for it as like a practice every studio should take, but I think there's a lot of intelligence behind that move. Because it says, like, look, we want to make a new game, but, if we continue on this trajectory, we need to make a game that, like, literally everyone on the planet plays, or we don't get our money back, right? Like, I think that was what caused Epic to sell Gears of War to Microsoft, where it's just sort of like, unless this thing is a hit, we go bankrupt. And, a company like Microsoft can afford to risk that kind of money on a franchise. And then, of course, Epic turns around and it's not necessarily successful at its smaller games before, right? Like, I don't think anybody, I would say probably most people haven't even heard of Paragon and the original version of Fortnite. I think I can say this now that it's, like, released, but I got to play, like, one of the test, like when you're under NDA kind of builds of Fortnite, when it was like what they called Save the World. And I think it's fair to say, just like many of the people in the world, like I didn't care for it that much. It took them to get into, PUBG and related battle royales to sort of make the battle royale mode that wound up becoming the cultural phenomena that it was. But yeah, I mean, and then, there's other, I think they did the Shadow Complex, and then, they bought Chair, so that also was Infinity Blade. Like, they had a lot of different things that they tried under that new model that wasn't sort of bet the farm for every release. But yeah, I think hitting that realization that you don't need to, at least for their games, I mean, again, I think probably the Hitman audience has certain expectations of what a Hitman game is. But for that development model, I think they actually made a very interesting and I think worthwhile choice to say that we are actually going to put some pretty heavy controls on the game. And again, like, the thing is that it doesn't, like, sequels are not guaranteed to be successful. They can have problems if you over rely on the material. And again, I realize there's some stuff in chat which may be bringing some useful nuance to the opinions I'm spouting out here. So I should probably just acknowledge that before I say anything too foolish or contradictory. But obviously stuff can go wrong, and you can't. I think probably the Assassin's Creed series would be an example of a game that people seemed to get a bit tired of in its current format, and it benefited from sort of some time away to rethink what the game could be. And then I think, I guess it was Assassin's Creed Origins was sort of the next one. That seemed to be quite well reviewed. So, again, I don't want to suggest any of that is easy, but weirdly enough, games actually seem to be able to avoid one of the problems that movies run into, which is you need to make the whole thing over again. And you need to make it sufficiently interesting or original to be worthy of the original one. And like, you know, I think it's fair to say that any motion picture is a commercial enterprise. So, you know, there's like, I'm pretty sure most people who are making it kind of expect to get some sort of return. But, you know, like, obviously the pressure of a sequel, like, I think it's hard to say that I think most people make sequels because, you know, there was a demonstrated success and, you know, they want to recapture that success. And I think there are examples of films that were very good out of that model. And I think there's a lot of examples of very forgettable films. Whereas, again, in the case of the games, especially some games, I mean, just simply don't have stories, right? So Civilization sequels. Civilization sequels are games that don't necessarily have narrative. Well, I mean, whatever narrative they have is sort of driven by the player's individual experience rather than... You know, it's not Mass Effect. I mean, their guideline, I believe, this is from Sid Meier's memoir, but it's like, you know, a third the same, a third sort of an incremental improvement, and a third is new. And, you know, I was just talking about how I sort of feel that Civ 7 maybe was disliked disproportionate to its flaws. And again, I do think it has flaws, but I think that's an example where that model is more, you know, it's not guaranteed success, right? Sorry, I really need to concentrate. I did actually see some love for Paragon though, so I do want to check out chat once I go past this. I was a little too timid on the Apple. I actually think I'm hitting a point where I'm playing not to lose, and my score isn't high enough to be playing this way. Like, if I just rely on the ticking score, I am more likely to run into stuff that will kill me than I am to just naturally hit the numbers. On the other hand, a lot of the rewards are near enemies, so I don't want to be reckless. I think this is roughly around the case where I got really close last time and then died to something foolish. That was probably not necessary, but... No! All right. I think you're kind of explaining the success of From Software. They brought you back to a time of real learning and exploration without a tutorial. Yes, very much so. Don't mention Paragon. I love that game. Gaming also has a leg up as tech advances. You can remake a game to great success, only with new visuals, etc. Sometimes the same tech. Yes, for sure. I'm not... I actually kind of wondered if the Mass Effect remake was sort of an effort to sort of reboot BioWare a little bit, like just put some wind back in their sails, saying is like, you guys know how to make this game, you know, we've made it, but we're gonna sit down, we're gonna modernize it, and we're gonna see, you know, we're going to like remember what it was like to do this thing. But I don't know. Like I said, I as always hope for the best. But I think there was another thing I was going to say, but I'm not too torn. It's a shame, but I don't feel like I was being 20 points away from the high score that last time was definitely heartbreaking. That's good. I will actually say I think there was an effort to, because Epic released all the assets for Paragon at some point, and I think there was an effort to try and reinvigorate the game independently. I don't know if it did. I think the biggest problem with like MOBAs like that is, number one, you need to hit a certain number of players to have decent matchmaking, and then on top of that, servers are expensive. So there's a game I really like called Occupy White Walls, and they have finally halted development on it. And essentially they just said it's like we have to, because we've been working on this for free for so long. And we need to focus on like our day jobs and putting food on the table, which is obviously a shame, because it's a really special experience. I encourage people to try it out if you haven't. But obviously, this is one of the things. It's actually I'm bad at this. I think I'll do one more, and then I'll, it's been nice to do a digression on chatting, but I should get back to the task at hand. This is one of the reasons why I have a lot of respect for any kind of entrepreneur, is that, at least under the system that we have, the world tells you what it likes and what it doesn't. There's individual value, like I think any streamer, right, faces some fairly brutal economies for Twitch, right? Like, it's one of these power laws. There's a lot of money to be made for streaming, but only if you're in that very small fraction of broadcasters. And obviously the platforms are going to cater to those broadcasters. But I also don't think, like, it would be wrong to think of every broadcaster as under some sort of delusion that they're going to make it, at least in the sense of becoming like a household name. So one of my coworkers has a small child, and apparently they are just absolutely obsessed with Mr. Beast, to a point of like wanting the Mr. Beast beef jerky. And it's actually kind of interesting to talk to him, because he knows I do streaming, but obviously, like, there is no overlap whatsoever between like me and Mr. Beast, right? Like, they're just two completely different enterprises. So it's interesting to sort of see what his kid seems to be getting out of it, and yeah, that was dumb. But yeah, like I don't think every streamer's running out like trying to become Mr. Beast. I think there's some people who do enjoy, like for me, I enjoy being able to share stuff. I enjoy being able to talk about the ideas in certain games, and sometimes just have a chat with with chat. There's a lot of different reasons to stream. Very few. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's already dead. Very few of them have anything to do with making money. And likewise, you can sort of see this being a motivation to do writing, to do independent game development. Again, I think it's wrong to assume that a lot of creators are laboring under the illusion that they're going to make it. But it is also helpful to sort of be aware of sort of what world you're in. If you're making a commercial product, there's a certain set of expectations, not least of which is sort of your ability to deliver the thing, right? Like, you can you can have the perfect idea for a game, but if it takes you, 17 years and 600 people to make it, it's called Star Citizen. It's you better hope for some deep-pocketed and patient investors, or ultimately it's not going to be realized. But yeah, I don't know. It feels. I guess back to the movie point. Obviously, we've been going all over the map in terms of topics, but I don't necessarily think that's a bad thing. Received a transfer from unknown. Thank you. Glad I could help. I will say, I think one of the things that also helps, whether you go for the sort of the Hitman approach of giving lower budgets to sequels, or just kind of acknowledge the technological advantage that you have with sequels. I do think I think this is kind of openly known now, but the idea of the ballooning costs of oh, hang on. I don't think I'm ready to do this mission yet. Never meet Hanako at Embers and it never ends. I'll take a look. I hope it will let me know if I'm at a point of no return, but as it happens, point of no return. You've reached a point of no return. When you enter the restaurant, you will be locked out of all unfinished side jobs and other activities like gigs until your main jobs are complete. If you have any unfinished business, settle it before meeting with Hanako. Never mind. I was only joking. That is very funny that it's word for word. So at this point, I just need to go to one of my... Oh, interesting. I made a terrible mistake. All right, I've definitely got stuff I can do, like pick a fight. Or not. Now, I could do some... Oh, that's very funny. I am going to do this rogue... this rogue mission, but I think I need... I think the biggest thing I need to do... Damn it, Johnny! I didn't realize that was the thing. Okay, we can switch back to the other filter, I think. Oh, right. I gotta clear out the inventory. That's why I went in there originally. Okay, I think probably I can get away with just getting rid of anything that isn't the tier 5. I like to be a little more thoughtful about what I get rid of, but this will at least let me run. So first thing I need to do is get on a road. Actually, it's like 800 meters. I can manage. Have you looked at Menace yet? I might need to cook for a bit, but it looks solid. I've only seen like images of it, but it definitely intrigues me. And if I recall correctly, the developer is the one who did Battle Brothers, if I'm not mistaken. And that was one someone had recommended to me. I believe it was actually Olaf Taheri. And I haven't made that much progress in it. It is definitely a challenging game, which I feel some of the intricacies aren't necessarily... I think probably it's one where I'm going to need to consult external resources to sort of understand some of the specific ideas. But I'm very intrigued by it, and I think Menace very much feels like we did Battle Brothers. We know the type of game that we want to make, but we don't want to just completely redo the whole thing again. So I'm definitely interested. It is a little complicated for me because I'm trying. One of the drawbacks that I've run into in terms of streaming is that there are a couple of publishers where it's felt like a generally good relationship, and then they behave a little disrespectfully, and I have tried as much as I can when that happens not to reward that sort of behavior. So I want to be kind of clear on this. The one thing that I think is bad is if you feel entitled to a game and they say no, and then you sort of declare an oath of enmity or something like that. I think that's a really inappropriate and unprofessional kind of response, because and I have some stories from people who were sort of doing keys for very big launches, and I definitely got to hear some of the stories about big names that maybe aren't as big as they think they are, and how poorly they responded to that.
Was that something?
You think this is a game?
Oh god, I'm bad at this. So even like, so obviously politeness kind of works in all circumstances anyway, but one of the things that I don't particularly care for, and has unfortunately happened on multiple occasions, will be there's a group where I'll do the games. I've actually even done a couple of games where it's like, this doesn't feel like a great fit, but they've been quite good at they've given me some of the things I'm interested in, so I'll support the efforts. And then the basic guideline for me is that I'll reach out if I'm interested in a key, say sort of, hey, this is it, this is roughly how I plan on streaming it. If this fits with your promotion plans, I'd be really happy to get a key. If the answer is no, that is fine, And if it's one where it felt like there was a low chance, or I'm getting the impression I shouldn't ask again, I won't ask again. That is actually fine for me. And if it's like a cold call, I don't necessarily feel that I'm owed an answer, although it would be kind of nice. I don't think it takes a whole lot to say no, personally. But one of the ones I do feel a little more strongly on now are people for which there is sort of a rapport that's been built. And to reach out for a key and to not get a response. because I sort of feel like once you've established some sort of connection, it's completely fine to say, look, we're going in a different direction. I've even been told directly, it's like, you just don't have enough viewers. And like that's not great, but like, it's nice to at least get the closure. I've had actually a case where someone has said, oh yeah, no, well, don't worry about it. We'll get you a key. Follow up. And again, nothing. And so for my own part, whenever I encounter a case where it was somebody with, a certain rapport, and it's just been one of these like, okay, we're going to ghost you now. You're not big enough. And unfortunately, this does tend to happen when there's some success. And unfortunately, that's what happened with Hooded Horse. And it's a complicated one for me because I actually really like Mohawk games. And they're the publisher of Old World. And there's a number of games that Hooded Horse does that I would like to play, including Menace. But the drawback is that it's like, okay, so, having had this experience with them, do I want to pick up the game with my own money and then do the promotion for them that they have, stated through action they don't think I am they've not even deigned to give me a reply for? And I don't know, I don't actually, I'm actually kind of careful in talking with people about this, because the response I do not want people to do is like turn around and be like, well, I'm boycotting Hooded Horse or something like that. No, right? Good games should be supported, and people who want to, play those games should play them. There's no value whatsoever in people denying themselves an experience that they want to have. That is a very, very idiosyncratic reason for me to do what I'm doing. But the other thing I'll say is like, Brace Yourself Games, right? They have their own Twitch channel that very often gets more viewers than me. And they have gone out of their way to say like, hey, do you want a key for this thing? And I thought that was really, really thoughtful of them. Weather Factory have paid me to do some of their stuff. And for their view is that I stream the game quite well. So they understand that they need to do their own marketing, but that in terms of presenting it, that is something that is worth giving financial support for. And so to my view is that there are a lot of developers out there that do treat me with respect and recognize, whatever value I'm giving. And again, I do not want this to be a prima donna thing, right? I've plenty of examples of actually people I've played on stream of ones who have outright told me no. And I am grateful for the fact that they took the time to say the no, because that is not something I can take for granted. But when I reflect on the kind of treatment that I think should not become a standard in the in the streaming space, and when I also reflect on the fact that there are a lot of games that could use some support, like I was so happy at the number of people that went out and bought Uncle Chop's Rocket Shop because I did that on stream. Every time I do a game where I'm like, can I get back in your good graces again, Paradox? Like that sort of stuff. Games like that, which really do need the attention, are ones that I'm potentially not playing. So yeah, with that in mind, like I'm definitely interested in Menace, and it's something I may even buy, or maybe, I'll see if I get lucky and play it on Game Pass or something like that. But it's one where I need to think a little bit. The only thing I will say, right, is that Hooded Horse is not going to lose any sleep over me not feeling very good about them. So that is not the or sorry, like I'm going through, like it's not, I feel, actually, to be honest with you, the one thing I would say is that my actual feeling on this stuff is that for the people who have behaved disrespectfully, my view is that if if there's a case where there is a key offered, you know, it will just have to be a commercial relationship, right? I will ask for money because, you know, there was a time when that would have been offered for free, and there will, you know, even in the, like, I have no this is like talking about if you win the lottery or something like that, right? If there were a point where the stream actually becomes a thing that moves units and, you know, provides people, there's a commercial incentive to be on this broadcast, right? Something I do not expect, don't even necessarily aspire to get. But if there was a situation where that happened and there was one to reestablish contact, the expectation would be that their money would be changing hands because they've assigned that value, right? They've said it's like, okay, you're not important enough to give a key to. It's like, well, if I am now, you know, it means I have something that you want. Now, the thing is that is not, like, there's no lesson there, right? Because again, there's no credible threat on my end of denying, you know, attention. And like I said, that is fine. It's their job to decide how they want to conduct their company and how they want to market things. But again, I am ultimately responsible for what I play on the stream. And so as a consequence, I've tried where I can, because I'm not short for games to play on stream. I try where I can to steer the ship towards things that I think are consistent with sort of what I would like to see in terms of get the support and not crowd out for the things. In ultra competitive world, I don't blame them for stiff arming people, but that's a choice that they made. They're clearly looking for something else positive. Yeah, well, this is just it. Like this to me, if they were just looking for something else, I think it would be fine. I actually think I would appreciate it more, having now had this experience a few times, if they said is like, look, we appreciate the past relationship. The fact of the matter is that the company has grown larger, and we do have a floor that we expect in terms of attention for these keys. You know, so, you know, thank you for your interest, but, you know, this isn't in line with our current marketing plan. I wouldn't feel great after that, right? Because, you know, nobody, you know, even for your hobbies, right? You want to be as good as you can at your hobbies. Obviously, I have fewer viewers than I did even a couple of years ago. You know, and it's a reflection of the fact that the stream is not in the pink of health. And, you know, that's fine. As long as I get the value, as long as I get to have chats like this, I don't actually necessarily think that's a terrible experience. But I think, you know, over the course of a year, you know, you have a rapport. Hey, I'm interested in this. Yep, here you go. You know, or proactively outreach, right? Something I wouldn't normally play, but it's like, oh, it's a hooded horse thing. Yes, I'll give this a try, because, you know, they've done right by me in the past. Like, I did Imperator for Paradox much longer than I wanted to, because that was a game that was just hated on at the start. And I'll be honest, it didn't stream that well for me. Like, I liked talking about the Roman Empire stuff, but like it clearly was not ready for the full, you know, the full release. But I did say, when I asked for the key, I said, is like, you know, the expectation would be sort of this period of time where it would be dedicated on the stream. And if I say I'm going to do something, I do intend to follow up on it. So, you know, and again, that's, you know, they don't necessarily know that I'm automatically saying yes because it's somebody that there's an established relationship with. But again, I do think that if it's someone that you've, you know, had those interactions with, particularly if you've proactively offered a key to just ghost them, and that's the way that somebody finds out that they're not big enough anymore. I do not feel that is good. I do not feel that is a good influencer management relationship. So again, you know, games need to make money. You can't give away a key to everyone. And I fully acknowledge that. So I never want it to be about that. But I do think that, particularly from my experience, where I do actually, on the margin, if someone has been, you know, if someone, like, so a great example of this would be, if Brace Yourself Games ever asked me to stream a game, 100% without question, I would do it, right? They have been nothing but kind to me, and during a time when the company was not necessarily in great financial shape. And I want to, I want to respect that, and I want to, I want to acknowledge what they have done. But Paradox was the one that said they would get a key and then just stop replying to emails after the second one. And like I'd actually said on stream I was going to do, I think it was Europa Universalis, and that was, I was not happy about that. So yeah, like I actually really like Surviving Mars, but it's one where I'm sort of like, I really don't want to lend the thing that, is the only value they see for me to do. But I don't know. I think the biggest one for me is that the core value, there's like, I think people have wound up making some very foolish and unhelpful decisions on the basis of, he dissed me, right? Hooded Horse dissed me. I'm not going to play Menace. Who cares, right? That should really be the response. Anybody who wants to play Menace, that is 100% what they should say. The big reflection that I have that's made me be a little bit more inflexible on this choice is the fact that I know there are more games that I want to stream than I have, and so it does give me that moment where I'm sort of like, I really do want to make sure that I'm spending the time on the things that I value, and so that does mean that I where I can, even if it is a very arbitrary and personal and maybe one might even say petty standard that I'm holding there, it is actually a nice way of filtering through and doing, being able to move on to a game that's a good fit, but not the big name one. So I'm glad that's the case for you. I'm not sure I found you, but I'm continually drawn back here to check what you're playing and your insights, and of course, a nice chat. I really appreciate you saying that, Godlike DK. Yeah, no, this is it. Like, it's, I know when I'm sucking. And I know when there's some stuff that I should probably be switching because the numbers would be better, but I don't know, like it's not, I should finish the archive conversation and then move on to the next thing. There is one big change that's happened over the last couple of years. And in my old work position, I was very heavily underutilized. It's funny, I was doing not just the subject that I studied in university, but actually one of the things where I had a very, I had a specialist professor, probably the best in the world at that very narrow field of economics that he did. And I was able to work in that very narrow field. It's like one of the few cases where I would be able to do that. But the problem is that where I was working, I was severely underutilized, and I could sort of, it's like the end of like 2001: A Space Odyssey. I can feel my mind going, Dave. Would you like to hear a song? So one of the things that I did was I actually sought out gaming companies for their data to try and do some analysis and things like that. And, that was more tied to my academic interests. But I'll also say, for the streaming interests, right, I also got a little bit more attachment to that, because if I'm not going to feel the satisfaction through my work, and I will say, like, I am very much aware of my type and temperament, and I am definitely motivated by doing good work. The standard may be different, right? So I think some people might say, well, if, good work, it's actually really funny. There are definitely a lot of people, when they want to try and hurt me, will point to an elderly streamer who gets, many orders of magnitude more than me. And it's one I do not care at all. I actually am very happy for that broadcaster because it means that they've found their niche, which is wonderful. I don't see why I should feel bad about somebody else's success. So the numbers thing has never been, I mean, it's like, I don't know, it'd be like if a guy walked up to me on the street and said I had a small dick. It's not for you, buddy. You don't know, and I may be a little annoyed that you're trying to disrespect me, but your opinion on my genitals is completely irrelevant to my to my day-to-day. It's very funny. There's a lot of people. I mean, I'm making it sound like I get insulted on a daily occurrence. I don't. But I've always found it very funny, the types of insults that people have thrown at me, because they are so completely, they're almost orthogonal to the values that I have and the things that I am interested in. So, again, I do think the viewer number would be nice. It's a little bit like pay in a workplace or career advancement. I think pay and career advancement tend to be correlated with taking on a set of problems that are more interesting. And so I don't think that they are irrelevant, but they're maybe not the focus, right? And part of that is also, I probably wouldn't have made the same decision if I knew how things would have turned out. But I did have an opportunity to go into consulting when I got out of university. And I didn't choose that because I thought the challenge and the interest of being able to do that really narrow part of economics would be worth it. And just, again, I didn't appreciate what the work culture would be like. Now, the thing that's changed and the happy news of this is that I'm just probably by a week, 2 years into a job which is incredibly challenging. I work very, very hard, and I think a lot of people have probably noticed, over the past couple of years that the streams are starting later and later, and part of that's the commute, but part of it is also just the extra hours I'm putting in. And I will say my workplace is very conscious of this and actively encourages me to take vacation and to work my proper number of hours and, all of these things. But I am also very driven by the work, and I want it to be good. Sometimes to the detriment of, I don't want to think I'm a mean peer reviewer, but some of the peer review can be quite difficult for me because I am pretty meticulous in some of this stuff, and I hope in a productive way. But if you just want to get something out, that's going to be tough. But what that means, of course, is that because I have that much higher level of satisfaction at work, that does sometimes come at the expense of some of the other things. I mean, there's only so many hours in the day, and I do need, to make sure that I get something approximating a good night's sleep, because if I am going to put that kind of effort into work, I do need to be well rested and sharp. So I do want to keep maintaining the stream, but it's also, it's why I haven't published as many articles. It's not that I don't enjoy writing, but I am doing a lot of writing during the day, and it's writing that is, in the confines of work. Obviously, I don't think you should be work obsessed, but, it is at least recognized as quality work, which obviously feels good. But again, that comes back to the motivation, right? I do know that is the primary motivator for me. So I would say that, if there are two jobs, right, one of them is very well paid, but if I don't come in and just punch the clock and basically put my feet up from 9 to 5, I will get in trouble. I might actually go crazy in a job like that. But having taken a pay cut originally to go to the place I went, and as it turns out, they knew about the pay difference and they matched it and then added a little extra, which I thought was great because I was willing to go with that pay reduction. Did make a little bit of difficulty on the promotion side of things, but that's, you know, you don't need to know all the gossip. but yeah, it was a big one. So that's a very long way of saying, Godlike DK. I actually really appreciate that, because it is one of the things I think we are spoiled for choice. And I think that's a good thing, right? You know, there's a lot of things that I ignore in the world, and I am not worse off for it, right? So the fact that somebody, I do not have the haunting fear that someone somewhere else might be enjoying themselves with things that they don't. I actually have a confession to make. I actually don't see the appeal of Bad Bunny. I did find out that there was actually one song that it turns out I liked, and I didn't realize was by him. But I may be missing some context or that, but it's not something that I personally enjoy. And I did actually stop listening to one of the recommended albums because I just sort of, it felt a bit too repetitive to me. But, you know, I'm not going to say that I am unhappy that he's performing at the Super Bowl. I'm not going to be enraged that people will be liking that performance. You know, I'm probably not going to watch a lot of the Winter Olympics. I think it's great that there's going to be some people borderline obsessed with the Winter Olympics. And I don't know, like it's it does mean something to me that we happy few, like we band of brothers, brothers and sisters, comrades and friends, you know, that it is something that that people like, you know, for whatever, however weird, however, you know, niche it is. And I think for me, that's the thing that matters. It's like the articles. I've really never liked it when somebody, you know, will read an article and just gives agreement because they want to get in good with me. I do like it when somebody violently disagrees with the conclusion of the article, but sees my point. I think it is much more interesting to write something original and have someone engage with it and like think about it, you know, to basically, like, my ideal would be someone who is completely opposed to my point of view is at least forced to shift their opinion to better defend a conviction that they have. To me, that would be like the ideal reader. I mean, okay, maybe that sounds like really hostile, right? I would love it if people read my stuff and think it's great and, you know, their lives are enriched by that, clearly. But like with that in mind, I would take like the most hostile reader that feels persuaded enough that they need to shore up their convictions would be much better to me than someone who's just like, you know, they read halfway through and they're like, oh, you're such a good writer. Like, it's always nice to be complimented. I never want to say like that's not a thing. But yeah, you know, like I where I can, and I don't even necessarily always succeed, but it's hopefully to provide like a fresh perspective. And whether that's through the stream or whether that's through, you know, the writing or something like that, it is a thing that I value. And it's nice to see that recognition. Anyways, on that note, though, we do occasionally play games here, and I am at the 3-hour mark, but let's at least get the overnight done, and then I can wrap up. Archive conversation. David Beamer and Jehun got info from the border guys. Great, send it over. Cindy Lotha, file unavailable. John Kazmek, file unavailable. Sherry Bach, file unavailable. Thanks, Chum. They'll do. Should get the scratch on Monday. And let me know as soon as you get the next crop. Hey, as long as the eddies add up, I don't need a reminder. All right. I'm going to get rid of the tattoo. Oh yeah, I was talking a bit about game development. One thing I was going to say that I think is probably more recognized now, but I think was maybe there was sort of a hint of this with Embark Studios getting stood up. But I do think one of the less acknowledged, or formerly less acknowledged ideas was that there was a productivity problem at the top end of gaming. I also think there's one at the lower end of gaming, but like in a different way. In terms of just the number of bodies that they were throwing at games to have them created. Now, this doesn't mean that I want to see mass unemployment in gaming, but what I would want to say is that I would like it that if a student graduates from some kind of art college, or somebody who knows 3D animation, I think it is a tremendous waste to have talent like that turn around and say, okay, your job for the next 2 years on this game is going to be designing individual fruit for the stalls, right? We're a AAA game and we need to make sure that the market is perfectly realized. So all you're going to be doing is fruit, and you better make sure that, it looks convincing if a player decides to shoot it, because we're a AAA studio and that's the type of game that we make. I just do not see how the expense, to me, it's not the expense of hiring the person. It's the opportunity cost of what that person could be contributing to a different project that would, again, produce greater variety and interest in the world. And I think for a long time, it was just sort of taken for granted that there was a certain type of game that to compete at that upper end, you needed to have just an army of people working on it. And I think Embark Studios exists on the premise that you can compete on the top end without throwing bodies at the problem, that you can be more efficient in terms of creating these experiences. And as a result, it means that you don't bet the farm every time you head out and make something like that. I'm just very grateful that our two timelines meet, even when there's days, months, years in between. I know how much this type of work hobby takes time from people, value the time. Oh, I really appreciate that. Yeah. I mean, this is the thing, right? Like, it's why I've kind of learned to accept. I still try where I can to start as close to the usual time as I do. I never want to take an audience for granted. But I have also learned to accept that I can't necessarily control all of the circumstances. And in the end, right, both the individual satisfaction I get from work, but also the fact that it's the way that I am able to afford to continue doing these things. I've learned to accept that sometimes it's going to start later than I intend. But likewise, I think there is a reciprocal feeling, which is that acknowledging that on this platform right now, I'm going to guess it's at least in the tens of thousands, possibly the hundreds of thousands of options available. Something that may even, on a custom basis, probably be more appropriate. Less Life, yes, I was. It could be 10 years. Yeah, because if it was XCOM 2 is 10 years old, then I would be. I did do Stellaris, yes. Obviously, Cyberpunk's a very different flavor than that, but yes, no, I was definitely playing Stellaris. I'm amazed you remember. It's definitely been a while since I've done Stellaris.
So, as I was saying,
I probably would have been in just finishing up grad school at that point, actually.
Let's make this quick.
You mind taking a look at my Chrome?
Sure. Make yourself comfortable.
Did I? There's definitely somebody I met through streaming, so that is actually possible. I'm just trying to remember if... I'll have to say yes, because it makes me sound like a lot more... it makes me sound a lot more interesting. That's actually one I don't remember. I also know I was unsuccessful at convincing them to get into those kinds of strategy games. Yeah, it is actually one of the reasons why, if I can, I would like to try and do a few more strategy games, because one of the things that I really liked about, whether it was Stellaris or other ones, I will actually say, so I can't make any promises on doing this particular game just because I don't know whether or not I'd be any good at it in terms of broadcasting. But one of the things I actually really liked for those, actually particularly in the case of the Paradox games like Crusader Kings 2, like I remember learning Crusader Kings 2 on stream. And that's obviously not an easy one to pick up on your own. So, you know, being able to give voice to a thought process and learn and understand, particularly for Cultist Simulator, I got to appreciate that that was something that people really appreciated the stream for. And so, I mean, obviously the drawback is that I have a tendency to go off on big tangents, and some people really like them, and then a lot of people really don't like them. And, you know, I can always do a better job of doing the balance between the two. But one of the games I've been thinking of on that note, I don't know if either of you have heard of Shadow Empire, but it's this interesting sort of 4X style game. I believe it's Matrix Games is the publisher, and VR Designs, I think, is the developer. It's one of these ones which is very sort of 90s era kind of war game style, lots of hexes, and it's got like a 200-page manual. And the I'm really like watching your... Oh, thank you very much. I was gonna say, as soon as people say well spoken, I'm thinking of all the ums and ahs I'm putting in my dialogue right now, and I just have to say it's been 3 hours. So I'm trying my best. But yeah, it's one that I actually think would be really interesting to try on the stream. The only thing is that it's not really a looker. And I know that can sometimes be tricky from a streaming point of view, especially if it's someone like me who just can't shut up. But that's one that I've been considering. And then there's a couple of other sort of middle-of-the-road strategy games which are maybe a bit more, have a bit more mass appeal, but I haven't done on the stream yet. And I think one of the things that's really nice about doing strategy games is that there is, you know, an explicit strategy that is on display. So you get to sort of do those experiments, right? You almost have sort of a hypothesis that you test. You get to see whether or not it turns out, and you can sort of describe how, you know, how you're playing the game differently, or how you have a better understanding if things didn't turn out, or if maybe they do turn out and you confirm the hypothesis. But right, let's see what Rogue has to say. Or maybe it's French, rouge. V, how's it going? Feeling better? I'm chatting with my people, and it looks like we might have a lead on Grayson. Everything's fine. I'm ready. What's the play? Sit tight for now. I need to comb through some intel, but it looks promising. All right. I'm still waiting a day for Rogue to call, huh? All right. I'd really like to keep playing more, but I think what I'm going to do, I'm going to go to my apartment. I'll let the day pass over, and then I think we will have to pick this up in... I think we'll have to pick this up on, well, next week at the latest. But what I will do to make up for my my departure, we can do a brief AMA. Well, not really AMA, but if there's a topic you want to talk about, now is a good time. Actually, I guess the one thing that we didn't necessarily talk about, at least with the current audience, actually, one of the other things, Less Life, that probably would be true for you, when I started streaming, I was on the West Coast. I was in Vancouver, and so my hours have shifted by 3. I'm in Ontario now. And so one of the drawbacks is that I used to work really well for like late night viewers on the East Coast. and then I completely killed any advantage that I had by going to the more populous part of the world and then taking a day job. So, or not populous part of the world is wrong. More populous part of the continent. But yeah, one of the ones that came out of Cyberpunk that I wasn't expecting, this was a conversation that was kind of interesting. At some point, we started talking about the Cyberpunk genre, some of the conventions of it, and it was really just more as sort of like a kind of a conversation primer. It was sort of just an idle thought that I had, but the question would be, you know, what if Cyberpunk had been developed in the Soviet Union instead of, you know, Vancouver? And because, you know, William Gibson, American originally, but I believe he went to Canada to dodge the draft, and I think he was a professor at UBC for a while, but I believe he was in Vancouver when he wrote Neuromancer. But, you know, instead of Cyberpunk being developed in North America, what if Cyberpunk had emerged in the Soviet Union? Because what becomes interesting on that question is, you know, the cyberpunk genre has often had a critique of capitalism, right? You know, it's kind of being written around sort of this Reagan era and sort of what would happen if, you know, deregulation and you know, the kind of culture there ran amok. But I think it would be fair to say that if it was developed in the Soviet Union, yeah, the critique of capitalism that you see inside of cyberpunk games is not a Marxist critique. And so the question then is like, what does that look like? What would a Soviet cyberpunk look like? And what was kind of funny about that question was I got thinking about it. Didn't a Soviet robot game? Are you thinking of Atomic Heart by any chance? Because I didn't get to play it. It seemed a bit Bioshock-ish, but it looked quite interesting. Yeah, okay, we are talking the same game. Oh, that's really cool, Leslie. Because the other thing that was fun about when I was streaming in Vancouver is when I got started, I actually started on my Mac laptop. Now, that wouldn't have been Stellaris I was playing at that point, but I started, it was before Twitch put in transcodes for streamers of my size, and I had a very bad internet connection. It was like 512K or something like that. So I would stream at a low bit rate, and it was weird because people who liked small streams often were short on mobile options because, you know, if you're streaming at 1 bit rate, you usually want it to be a high bit rate. And of course, 10 years ago, the speeds aren't going to be what they are today. And so the funny thing out of that was I didn't appreciate it. I certainly didn't consciously try. But some of my first viewers were people who happened to like small streams, but watched primarily on mobile. And so, you know, the only other options, because of the way the platform was structured, were these large streams that could have the transcodes. And so I don't really think I ever did anything with it, right? Like I am me, and I talk a lot, and I tend to play. I mean, this would be terrible on a low bit rate because of, you know, all this kind of motion. But strategy is pretty good at keeping it simple. But yeah, it's actually funny that you mentioned the watching on the phone, because that was an unexpected and unintentional growth driver for the stream at some point. But yeah, no, the Soviet point. So yeah, I will confess I didn't actually see Atomic Heart. So, but there's definitely something that rhymes with this. But yeah, so the idea would be, what would have happened if it had gone in? And I sort of asked the question as just sort of a conversation primer, but it turns out it was one that I was actually thinking a bit about, and I also just have this weird little library of facts in the back of my head. So I happen to know that there was a form, it's called ternary computing, and the Soviet Union did in fact have a ternary computer called the Seton. So this is something that uses, instead of binary, it's 3 states, right? So very often for balanced ternary, what you'll see is -1, 0, and 1, but there are other systems that would do 0, 1, 2. And then there was paper written in, I think this is under the JFK administration, but anyways, there was someone who wrote a paper about sort of this nascent Soviet internet. I believe it was called the OGAS, and actually identified it as a major economic risk to the United States, that if they could sort of wire up their economy and transmit that information and be able to use that to improve the central planning, that it would form a major advantage over the United States. And so, you know, all of these little pieces all of a sudden coalesced after that stream. I was thinking is like, actually, this is a pretty interesting idea for a story. I still actually don't quite know how to do it. Like, I don't know if it would be sort of a set of short stories in sort of this red punk genre, or, you know, it would be good as a novel, or it would be good as a game, because I do actually have a game idea that I think would fit really well with it. But of course, then the challenge is that where really I just want to spin a good yarn, I'm encapsulating it in this very large undertaking of a game, and I sort of feel like it's probably good to come up with a fun game and then have a narrative for it, as opposed to, oh, okay, I'm going to make a game that is the host for this narrative. The only thing is that it just happens to be that this game idea I think fits that the set of ideas I would be interested in the story very well. But yeah, it's actually funny. Like, I wouldn't normally think of Cyberpunk as the type of game that I would normally do because of my normal strategy interests. But again, because the Cyberpunk genre has been around for a while and it's full of interesting ideas, it is oddly enough one of the more fruitful ones in terms of generating stuff like that. All right, I'm gonna sort of drain the well on chat, and then I think I'm gonna have to call it a night because I am feeling a bit. Oh, interesting. Yeah. Actually, tell you what, Less Life. How about we save it here? I'm going to let Wikipedia do my thinking for me, because it is actually kind of fun to hear about what happened to the Seton. But yeah, let me just catch up with Godlike DK while I bring this up. So I think through your grammar and intellect, attention to detail, with a very focused style, you say what a lot of us are thinking without the ability to say such things ourselves, and it's gratifying. Well, that's wonderful to hear. And that is wonderful for me to hear, because some of my favorite moments when reading are sort of that, like, yeah, man, that guy really got that. So that obviously puts me in very exalted company, because, you know, I like reading and I like being able to, you know, that is the high of that moment, is the sort of thing that I kind of chase in terms of a lot of the reading that I do. So that's a very, very kind compliment that you gave. But of course, it also requires an audience that thinks such thoughts. So I am very lucky in terms of bringing in the people that that do come to the stream. But Less Life says, I've never even heard of ternary. Is having three states some lost technology, or is it actually inferior to binary? So this is why I wanted to bring up the Wikipedia article on the Seton, because I don't have a good answer on this one. I do actually think to a certain extent that we may have a certain path dependency. I think we, you know, a lot of our benefits to computing come from building on what came before, right? So the idea here is, if you were to change from binary to ternary, you need to start everything from scratch, right? You couldn't take you couldn't take even some of the most basic things that we've been building on. So if you can get a marginal performance gain from something like a ternary system, that's not enough. It has to be enough to merit the large scale improvement. And it's worth saying, within our lifetimes, we've experienced that. So, you know, ARM technology, you know, once upon a time, that would be something that was limited to mobile phones. But of course, you know, Apple Silicon is based on these reduced instruction set chips. And the Snapdragon for Microsoft Surface tablets is similar. So there are cases where that trade-off is worth it. And, I think largely for Apple and Microsoft, the argument, actually less so Microsoft, I think they still have a pretty healthy power draw. But I think the larger point that they're making is that on a sort of like computational power to power consumption ratio, these ARM architectures are superior to the dominant x86. I also think it's fair to say that like Apple's probably been wanting to move away from x86 for a while, because it means that they don't have to rely on Intel. But it's not just that. I mean, also when you look at some of Google's some of the things that have contributed to Gemini being sort of the one to beat, although Claude kind of seems to be having its moment now too, so maybe the torch has been passed yet again. But I think a lot of the way that people were maybe surprised at Google having such a dominant model coming out, they do have their own architectures, and that does mean that their cost for doing a lot of the AI work that everybody needs to do is lower than their competitors. And again, these are very well-capitalized companies that can throw money at the problem. But there is a limit in terms of what they can do. And so if you do gain those benefits in terms of power, or if you can wring more out of the power consumption that you have, then that does put you at advantage relative to your competitors. And so, again, I don't want to suggest that these alternative architectures are impossible to bring in. But I think it would also be fair to say that the kind of computation that you see through things like the GPU or through ARM, those are much less frequent than, say, some of the other things that we move on. Better off developing quanta. Yeah. No, that's not a terrible way of looking at it, actually. But let me bring up the article on the Seton. This is just interesting history, in my opinion. So, why aren't you? There we go. Seton was a computer developed in 1958 at Moscow State University. It was built under the leadership of Sergei Sobolev and Nikolai Brusentsov. I'm not good with Russian names, or really any names for that matter. It was the first modern ternary computer using the balanced ternary numeral system and 3-valued ternary logic instead of the 2-valued binary logic prevalent in other computers. The computer was built to fulfill the needs of Moscow State University. It was first manufactured at Kazan Mathematical Plant. 50 computers were built from 1959 until 1965, when production was halted. The characteristic operating memory consisted of 81 words of memory, each word composed of 18 trits, ternary digits, with an additional 1,944 words on magnetic drum, a total of about 7 kilobytes. Between 1965 and 1970, a regular binary computer was used at Moscow State University to replace it. Although this replacement binary computer performed equally well, it was 2.5 times the cost of the Seton. In 1970, a new ternary computer architecture, the Seton 70, was developed by Edgar Dijkstra's ideas of structured programming were implemented in the hardware of this computer. The short instruction set was developed and implemented by Nikolai Brusentsov independently from the RISC architecture principles. So Dijkstra actually, any of you who've done a computer science degree, you've probably heard of Dijkstra's algorithm, but definitely a big guy. Yep. Equal performance for 2.5 times the cost. Very, very Soviet. The Seton 70 hardware architecture was transformed into the dialog system of structured programming, DSSP. DSSP emulates the Seton 70 architecture on binary computers. Thus, it fulfills the advantages of structured programming. DSSP programming language has a similar syntax to the fourth programming language, which, by the way, we're talking about Mass Effect. Mass Effect was inspired by a very early EA game and a really impressive one called Starflight, which I do intend to do on the stream at some point. I have done it before, but I'd like to do it again and see it through to the end as one of my favorite twist endings for a game. But it was programmed entirely in Forth. and there's one guy in the local game dev community that knows Forth. I think it's really. Oh, that's really cool, Leslie. Do you want to tell us a bit about your game while I finish reading this? I wasn't aware that you were a developer, but I'd love to hear a little bit about what you're up to, if you would like to share. Obviously, that's not an expectation. DSSP programming language has similar syntax to the Forth programming language, but has a different sequence of base instructions, especially conditional jump instructions. DSSP was developed by Nikolai Bruznetsov and doctoral students in the 1980s at Moscow State University. A 32-bit version was implemented in 1989. Because we get to hear a little bit about we get a bit more chat. I'll extend the time. We'll read the full article. I'll talk a little bit about some of the extra work that I did reading up on this, but I'm not an electrical engineer, so this definitely, a lot of this is sort of conjecture on my part. So basically, simplified Total War, Here's a Might and Magic 3 style game in Java. Ooh, I'm intrigued. Now I also think I understand where you're using the algorithm. I don't think I would be able to implement it myself, but I think if I was forced, I think I would be able to do my best. All right, initiation of the project. The Citin project was initiated by Sergei Sobolev in order to develop a small computer for use at the Moscow State University after the planned transfer of the M2 computer to the university got cancelled in 1953. In 1956, he organized a series of seminars analyzing the disadvantages of existing computers and various plans for technical implementation. These meetings included participants from the Moscow State University and the Institute of Atomic Energy and other institutes of the Academy of Sciences. Notable attendees include Shurabura, Konstantin Adolfovich Semnadiev, and Zogalev. On one of these seminars, on April 23, 1956, Nikolai Petrovich Bruznetsov was appointed as the executive designer and supervisor on the project. At the time, Bruznetsov was a graduate, equivalent to a master's degree, see Education in Russia, traditional model, at Moscow State University, who was graduated from the Moscow Energy Institute. Before appointing Bruznetsov as the executive designer on the Citin computer, Sobolev transferred Bruznetsov to the Mechanics Mathematics department and set him to Gutenmacher's laboratory at the Institute for Precision Mechanics to gain relevant experience. To Bruznetsov, this was an invaluable experience. In the lab, he had access to the lab's computers and their supporting documentation, which Bruznetsov found technically weak. Bruznetsov then decided to use a ternary number system. Citin computer. Sobolev continued to support the project both by finding assistance and participating in the discussions. In 1956, Bruznetsov started the design with 4 engineers and 5 technicians plus himself. The whole team worked in a 60-square-meter room with laboratory tables, where they designed and assembled the machine by hand. Zogalev worked as the main programmer, and together with him, Bruznetsov developed the computer architecture of Citin. In 1958, the team grew to 20 people, and the first model of the Citin computer was assembled. The name Citin comes from a river near the university. After the first model of Citin was built, the Kazan Mathematical Machines Factory was decreed by the Soviet cabinet of ministers to mass-produce the Citin computers. However, the leadership at the Kazan plant was not interested in large-scale computer production. The second model, built in the factory, was sent back because the plant managers and officials maintained that the computer was not yet reliable. The team was forced to manually adjust the second model. On the 30th of November, 1961, the director of the Kazan factory was forced to sign an act which ended the attempts to cease production of the Citin computer. The computers were then produced at a rate of 15 to 20 machines annually until 1965, when the plant refused to continue the production as the sale price of the computer was too low. While Citin attracted significant interest from abroad, the Ministry of Foreign Trade never filled the orders received. Only 50 Citin computers have been manufactured, 30 of which were used in higher education institutions inside the Soviet Union. Citin 70 computer. Between 1961 and 1968, Bruznetsov and Zogalev developed the Citin 70, the next generation of Citin computer with a new architecture. It was designed for effective software development, in which the ternary system played a key role. Both addresses and operations are in syllables, where each syllable's length equals 6 trits, about 9.5 bits. Algebraic expressions of operands by syllables replace the instructions as words in the traditional design. as the instruction set is updated to allow more variance of operand length. The algebra is supplemented by testing, control, and input-output operations. The user can add operations on their own without reducing the computer's performance, thus providing ideal conditions for structured programming. Kuznetsov claimed that the programming time on Saturn 70 is reduced by 5 to 10-fold with unprecedented reliability, clarity, compactness, and speed. The functioning algorithm of Saturn 70 was comprehensively described and expanded in Algol 60. End of the Saturn project. The new university rector considered Kuznetsov's research in computer design a pseudoscience. After the Saturn 70 project, Kuznetsov's lab was relocated from the computer center at Moscow State University to an attic in a student dormitory, and the original prototype of the Saturn computer was destroyed. The Saturn 70 model was taken to the new attic laboratory and used as a basis for developing the educational computer system master workstation. Basically 1960s hot reloading. It's less life says. Adoption and application. Thanks to the simplicity and the naturalness of its architecture, as well as a well-designed programming system that included the following interpreters: IP2, floating point 8 decimal digits; IP3, floating point 6 decimal digits; IP4, complex numbers 8 decimal digits; IP5, floating point 12 decimal digits, plus the Paula's autocode with its operating system and standard subroutine library, floating point 6 decimal digits. The Saturn computers were quickly mastered by users in universities, industrial plants, and research institutes. They proved to be an effective tool for solving practically important problems across a wide range of fields, from scientific modeling and engineering calculations to weather forecasting and enterprise management optimization. At user seminars on Saturn computers held at Moscow State University, 1965, the Lignovo diesel locomotive plant at 1968, and the Irkutsk Polytechnic Institute, 1969, dozens of reports were presented on successful real-world applications for the national economy. Owing to its balanced ternary code, Saturn turned out to be a truly universal, easily programmable, and highly efficient computing instrument. It earned a strong reputation, notably as an educational tool for teaching computational mathematics in more than 30 universities. At the Zhukovsky Air Force Engineering Academy, Saturn even became the platform for the first automated computer-based learning system. Critics. Brian Hayes argues in his article Third Base that Kuznetsov did not realize the theoretical advantage of the Base 3 system. Unfortunately, Saturn did not realize the potential of Base 3 to reduce component counts. Each trit was stored in a pair of magnetic cores, wired in tandem so that they had 3 stable states. A pair of cores could have held 2 binary bits, which amounts to more information than a single trit, and so the ternary advantage was squandered. This I find fascinating, by the way. So there's actually one of the things that I thought was fun. So one of the things that I want to be very clear about, some of this may anticipate what comes into ternary compared to binary, but what I described was an alternate history, right? And the one thing that I want to be careful about is that I don't know if we have any sort of like lost history where the Soviet Union won the Cold War because they gained an advantage in computing. So I think one of the challenges from my understanding in terms of implementing ternary systems is that apparently electrical interference can be an issue. And I think particularly because so many of the improvements of the, in terms of computational performance come from miniaturization, I would have to assume that there is a point where binary may overtake the system in terms of your ability to shrink things down. Now, with that in mind, right, I guess we haven't really lived in the alternate world in which there's been engineering effort towards improving the techniques, right? I'm pretty sure people weren't necessarily thinking of like nanometer, manufacturing when they were developing chips. So maybe that's, a lack of imagination on my part. The one thing I thought was a little more interesting was the idea of the base 3 system, because it is closer to E, like Euler's number. And, there's just something kind of nice. I think there's like a saying like God counts in E or something like that. So obviously, you have to have some kind of an integer, but 3 is closer than 2 towards E. And so there may be a certain degree of efficiency in terms of like sort of pure math that's being realized. And again, I want to think of the advantage. But what I think is really fun, if you do want to play in a alternate history sense, this line here, right? So the criticism is specifically at the setting, saying that it could have been even better. So we were talking, right, about how you compare the binary system the Soviets developed and the ternary system, and that both were equally performative, that's not what I mean, had equal performance, equally performant, but one of them cost 2.5 times more, right? So clearly the ternary, at least as realized at this university, was more efficient. But the critique from Brian Hayes here says that in addition to apparently this cost advantage, that it could have also have been computationally more efficient had they realized some of the benefits. Now, this critique may be wrong. I don't know. I'm not in a position to evaluate it. But from the perspective of an alternate history where you want to try and develop a world in which the Cold War was extended or possibly the Soviet Union won through a computational advantage, this stuff is a gift, right? You don't need to come up with a whole bunch of cockamamie stories. There's a really good Apple TV series. I've actually only seen the first 2 seasons, but I like the idea. It's called For All Mankind, and it's one in which the Soviet Union wins the race to the moon. And this has the effect of extending the Cold War, but it actually also has the effect of extending the development of space, that there's now a rush to develop lunar bases and competition. And so all of the advantages of well-financed space programs are realized as it goes on. It's kind of just neat to sort of ask the what ifs. Anyways, I'm going to finish the article and I'll talk a little bit about a couple of the ideas and then actually go to bed because I'm like almost an hour past my normal finishing time. All right, ternary compared to binary. Balanced ternary systems and ternary computers are not unprecedented in history. Thomas Fowler built a mechanical computer in 1840 using a balanced ternary system. That I didn't know. The balanced ternary representation of numbers and its related arithmetics were applied in number theory back to Leonard Euler. It was briefly discussed by Claude Shannon, father of information theory, in his paper Symmetric Notation of Numbers, published in 1950. Despite the ternary design never becoming massively produced, there have been discussions on the advantages of the ternary system over the binary system, and great interest was present on the ternary and more generally on the multi-valued logic systems in the academy. Advantages. Brusnetsov found the ternary number system superior to the binary number system. It allowed him to create very simple and reliable elements, and he needed 7 times fewer elements than Guttmacher's computers. The power source requirements were also significantly reduced because of the smaller amount of magnetic rods and diodes were used. This is actually really interesting to me because that ties in a little bit to the advantages we were talking about not too long ago. He also found that the natural number coding system used in the ternary system superior over the direct reciprocal and supplementary number coding used in the binary system. He maintained that the ternary system is superior to binary in most aspects and published several papers advocating the ternary system from 1985 to 2014. I definitely need to read those papers now. The symmetric nature of balanced ternary logic allows for natural representation of negative numbers. The ternary system, which right now it's just you have a bit which you assign to flip the sign. The symmetric nature of balanced ternary logic allows for natural representation of... Sorry, I already did that. The ternary system is also more efficient from an information theory perspective. Donald Knuth wrote in his book The Art of Computer Programming that perhaps the symmetric properties and simple arithmetic of this number system will prove to be quite important someday. Noting that the complexity of arithmetic circuitry for balanced ternary arithmetic is not that much greater than it is for the binary system, and a given number requires only log 3 approximately 63% as many digit positions for its representation. In the paper The Prospects for Multivalued Logic, a Technology and Applications View, Kenneth C. Smith argued that the multivalued logic is a solution to the interconnection problems in digital systems. In particular, Douglas W. Jones suggests that the ternary system will reduce the number of interconnection wires by 36%. Yeah, this is the part that I'm interested in. Now let's see what the disadvantages are. Douglas W. Jones made a series of computations and designs algorithms of ternary system on his homepage under the name The Ternary Manifesto, including fast ternary addition, multiplication, and division. It turns out that much of the improved efficiency in the interconnection and digit representation is balanced out by requiring more gates in the computations. For example, the ternary addition, while achieving the same computational speed as binary addition, requires 62% more logic. Meanwhile, many have suggested that ternary circuits are hard to develop, especially when most modern digital flows are binary. In the paper, Comparison of Binary and Multivalued ICs According to VLSI Criteria, written by Daniel Etemble and Michel Israel, the authors compared binary and multivalued integrated circuits by examining their performance in detail and discovered that while the design of multivalued circuits are valid and useful, they have not surpassed the binary circuits. They wrote in the conclusion that multivalued circuits and two-valued circuits must not be seen as competitors. If they are seen as such, then two-valued circuits have already won. So, again, like this is a really weird road to go down in response to the silly question, like what would it have looked like if Cyberpunk had been developed in the Soviet Union? And this, I knew about this prior to that question, but once I did find out about that paper on, actually, let me bring up OGAS. I can find out who the author was. I do like this review line here. Soviet attempts to build a national computer network were undone by socialists who seemed to behave like capitalists. Basically, people didn't like the idea that their little niches in the state would be undermined by the OGAS, and so they all individually sort of broke the thing apart to maintain their own power. It's a shame that I don't see... Oh, here we go. The U.S. government in 1962 regarded the project as a major threat due to the tremendous increments in economic productivity which could disrupt the world market. Arthur Schlesinger Jr., historian and special assistant to U.S. President John F. Kennedy, described an all-out Soviet commitment to cybernetics as providing the Soviet Union a tremendous advantage in respect to production technology, complex of industries, feedback control, and self-teaching computers. So again, all of this stuff sort of wound up after I asked that question and I thought about it a little bit, they all sort of landed into this interesting intersection of ideas of saying, it's like, actually, you could make a pretty cool red punk genre out of this stuff. And I think at some point I probably will give it a shot. But I need to know the thing. The other thing is that there's like a bunch of cool ideas here, but like we listen to stories, we like stories because they are about people. And so it's, I'm not going to say that you can't have cool science fiction about big ideas, but in the end, you do want people, there's got to be a point behind this stuff other than just sort of, maybe just doing like the history of the setting might be just kind of fun on its own, but I think there's some stuff to do. I did actually just see what, for a lark, I did want to see what the AI came up with for a story, and I hated it with just a kind of just this like visceral disgust at how they completely missed the point of what was interesting about that story. So I'm never doing that again. But it also means that there's I guess I'd say that the idea of this is the reason why I can't get it out of my head. The fact that I have such strong opinions of what a story like that should look like is one of the reasons why I've really sort of stuck with it. I haven't developed it, perhaps to my shame, but I think there's something there, and I just need to. I think I need to kind of carve out what the the character element is. Like, I think to a certain extent I'm just trying to, like, what am I trying to say with this thing? And the thing is that if I sit down and try to reason my way to that, it just winds up being a crappy story, because like inevitably you just wind up writing something where it's like, here's the message, people. No, that's not it. But on the other hand, a character who wants something, what, I don't know, this some like basic things that I need for a good story. But yeah, this is a super fun rabbit hole to go down. Oh yeah, sorry. Actually, I was going to say, one of the things that when I was sitting down in the process of like trying to work out what the implications of these, so there's the OGAS, there's ternary computing, there's how this somehow translates into an extension, if not an outright Soviet win of the Cold War. How, what does a Soviet information age look like? Because you also have the idea of like samizdat, the experience of passing around forbidden literature. If you're interested in that sort of stuff, by the way, it's not directly tied to it, but there's a really good movie called The Lives of Others. It was a German film, which is about a Stasi agent that's listening in on a playwright. But I think, to be honest with you, it's like my background in camera kind of twitched a little bit, because I imagined all of this like brutalist monumental architecture and like red neon sort of backlighting that, because it's the Soviet Union, you don't have constant rain, you have constant snow, and just, seeing that nice warm red glow, against the concrete in the imagery. I'm like, this is something I really want to put some time into. But again, like images are not stories, right? I still need a person with a problem. So, hey, little myself. See, we've got good movie taste here. I'd say probably the one that's a little lighter in terms of content. Wonderful final line, like probably my favorite like closing lines for a movie. But if you want one that's a little bit more about surveillance, that it doesn't have sort of the fact that it's actual history, there's a Francis Ford Coppola movie called The Conversation, starring Gene Hackman, and it's kind of an interesting one because it's like an audio version of a very influential film called Blow Up. I think it was by Antonioni. But rather than just being a rehash of Blow Up, it's actually a pretty good movie on its own. So, and I think there's a Will Smith movie, which it seemed kind of forgettable, but I don't know. Tony Scott's not a bad director. Called Enemy of the State. And I'm pretty sure Gene Hackman like gives a nod to the character that he played in The Conversation in it, because it's a movie about surveillance. Conversation is much better than Enemy of the State, but yeah, I think Lives of Others is absolutely worth watching. Anyways, I'm well and truly away from Cyberpunk 2077. If any of you are interested in some of this Red Punk stuff, like I am kind of looking at excuses to work on it, so I can resurrect that for a dedicated stream. But I am going to wrap up for tonight. Let me just take a look. I think I should be fine next week, but I think the week following is the local game dev meetup. So yeah, I'm still figuring out what I will do Monday and Wednesday. I will definitely do more Cyberpunk on Friday. And for those of you that want to see a specific type of game or specific game, I am open to suggestions. Obviously, it's not a contract. I want to do my best to keep people happy, but even knowing if you suggest a game and I get an opportunity to play a game that's in sort of the same, kind of same box, that has definitely influenced my decisions in the past. So, definitely don't feel like those recommendations are ignored, even if you don't necessarily see the specific game being played. And again, that doesn't have to be today. Just in general, if there's something you'd like to see, I did like the reminder to try more of the Lucas Pope games. I will try and get those in reasonably soon. Thank you very much, Less Life. Thank you all of you for hanging out, particularly for the very talky bits. I probably should have. My goodness, I really hope there's nothing. Okay, yeah, no, you just get to see what a big nerd I am. Forgot that the display was still up. Yeah, it's wonderful to catch up with all of you. I really appreciate it. I'm going to take a minute here to just see who is online, and we can raid them. We've got Will Shand. So thank you for hanging out. Will Shand is back on games and demos. So he is, I'm sure some of you've already seen him, but he tends to play sort of unknown, very unusual sort of indie games. He's definitely got a much better camera presence than me. He's a fun guy to watch. Has a very unique sort of stream setup. So I always feel like he's a good host at the end. Revive Snow, for those of you not familiar with Revive Snow, fellow Canadian, wonderful broadcaster, is actually somebody who got me into Space Marine 2, which just wound up on Game Pass. So I'm sure at some point I will lend my strength to the Emperor's cause. But I leave you all in Will Shand's capable hands. I hope you all have a good afternoon. Good weekend. I will be recording some more Book of Hours for the YouTube channel, and I will see you all hopefully on Monday or whenever it all turns out. Until then, take care.